Uh, where we at with it? Hit the like button. It ain't nothing. Let's have this uncomfortable conversation. And yes, I said uncomfortable situation that a lot of FBAs tend to avoid, right? You know, they're gonna pretend like the elephant in the room doesn't exist, so the problems they'll never go away. As a result of people in the FBA community neglecting and ignoring these situations. Right. So let's get to the game. Red Supreme. Where you at? Shout out to my people. Tap on in. Hey man, the game is beautiful. So what are we talking about this morning? You see the title. What are we talking about this morning? You see the title. You ain't crazy. We all have common sense. Get on up in here. Let's get it. You already know we with it. It's Red Supreme in a major way. You know. Oh yeah. Well overdue, well overdue. Hey man, you know, I decided to come on through early in the morning with this one, man. Jesse Lee Peterson, black women, single mothers, 50-50 relationships. And we're gonna talk about black fatigue and how the system has played a role in a black man and black woman not seeing eye to eye, right? You know, it all traces back to systemic racism, right? Because when you think about the civil rights movement and you think about the relationship between black men and black women prior to the civil rights movement, when blacks were still under Jim Crow laws, the black man and the black woman understood that they needed one another, therefore they worked together. So it traces back to systemic racism, man. When we talk about the relationship between the black man and the black woman, we're gonna dig into all of that, right? And we're gonna hold everybody accountable. We're gonna talk about systemic racism and how that played a role in destroying the black family structure. We're gonna talk about the black man, the mindset that he's developed over a certain amount of time. We're gonna talk about the mindset of the black woman, and we're gonna talk about black fatigue. Many different things. Make sure that you guys enjoy this podcast. King Supreme TV in a major way. Tap on in, smash that like button for sure. Make sure that that's the first thing you do. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, man. So get on up in here, man. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. Tap on in with your player partner, man. Yes, sir. Virgil Berry, what it do? My brother, always in the building. Tapping on, hey man, tap in. You did. It's so beautiful, so lovely, so smooth. Hey, homeboy, it's smooth selling over here, man. Soak up some of this game. It can be smooth selling for you too. Yeah. Now, I spoke on this yesterday, right? And like I said, the ladies don't like when I drop this game. The ladies don't like it because they feel like it's gonna stop a lot of men from dating them. It might a lot of men might look at them different because of these broadcasts, because of these podcasts. But I gotta speak for the men because for the most part, these ladies only care about themselves. Am I saying all of them? No, I'm not saying all of them, but anything over 50% is the majority. So let's deal with that. Now, you all know, man, marriage in the black community is down. And I think that marriage is a played out concept. if you became successful, grinding, working hard before a woman came in your life, what's the benefit of you marrying a woman who wasn't there when you was grinding, who wasn't there when you was building? She just want to be the beneficiary of your success. But you have to ask yourself this: does she deserve that role and position in your life? That woman met you when life was easier. You made sacrifices to get to where you at. She didn't make no sacrifices to be in your life. So you must consider that when you think about legal marriage and this and that. And you know, once you start making a certain amount of money, legal marriage is not even really an option for a man because you have everything to lose and nothing to gain. And a lot of ladies in the FBA community, they're not gonna like that. But then again, the truth always pisses people off. That's nothing new. A man with his paper together, what does he get out of marriage? If you're going to take care of this woman, right, and she wants you to be a provider. Now, I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm saying if you decide to do this, if you're successful, right, and you got a woman that's talking about marriage and, legal marriage and all these different things, what benefit does a man get to get legally married, especially if he's already stable financially? What's the benefit? And a lot of people ain't gonna have an answer to that question. I want to get some ladies in the chat and I want to get some brothers in the chat. What benefit is legal marriage to a man that's already successful, who's already built his castle, who has resources, liquid cash, good credit? What's the benefit of legal marriage for a man like that? And I'm waiting for somebody, like, if you guys can prove me wrong, if you can tell me something if you can tell me something that makes sense, you know what I'm gonna say? Okay, I agree with that. That actually makes sense. And then people gonna say, oh, he's speaking against marriage. No, this conversation is rooted in logic. What's the benefit of legal marriage to a man who's already financially stable? Good credit, career, income, liquid cash. You know, what's the benefit for him? Now, let me tell you what's the benefit to a woman. If you a man who's successful, money is not an issue. You're making progress. You're moving forward in life. Now, you get this woman, you're going to be taking care of her, right? She's getting with you because getting with you makes her life easier. She ain't got to worry about all these bills because prior to her getting with you, she had to pay 100%. And I said it before and I say it again. No, I'm asking this question. Let me ask this question. What's the benefit for a man who's already financially stable to get in a legal marriage? What's the benefit to a man? And I want somebody to give me some feedback in the comments. Oh, well, this is the benefit. This is the benefit. I'm waiting for you guys to tell me the benefit. What can that woman do for you that other women haven't already been doing? Listen, homie, when you got your paper together, you got your bread together, you got women that's already cooking for you. You got women that's already catering to you. You have sexual access to beautiful women. All your bills paid. You can take trips when you want. You're riding clean. You're doing good. So what can she do for you that women wasn't already doing? You're not dependent on women for survival. Your life is already together. So what benefit does legal marriage bring to a man who's already financially stable, who has his money and paper together? And I challenge anybody in this comment section to tell me the benefit that a man gets from legal marriage, especially if he already has his paper together, his life in order. You know what? Now let's talk about the woman. She ain't got to worry about paying these bills. She's living in a nice community. She think about it like that. And what did I say yesterday? A lot of black women don't want to get married until their 30s. And by the time they reach their 30s, they already got babies by different men, right? Anything over 50% is the majority. Black women in their 30s already have children by other men. And this is the thing. A lot of black females, they want to party in their teen years. They want to party in their 20s. They even party in their 30s, even in their 40s. Don't get that twisted. But let me go back to what I said a minute ago. A lot of these black females, they have a lot of sex partners in their 20s. So by the time they reach their 30s, they got a high body count. They've been in bad relationships that scarring them psychologically. They're coming to the table with children by the time they reach 30. So they don't want to get married. Black women don't want to get married when they're in their prime, when they're hot and beautiful. So by the time you meet this woman in her 30s, she done already gave her prime years to another man. She's coming to the table with children from other men. What's the benefit of you wifing up a woman like that once you have your stuff together as a man? Can't nobody give me a logical explanation for that, right? Oh, here we go with this red pill content. No, this is reality content. See, females, they don't care about what affects the men. They don't care about what affects men. They're selfish and they're only thinking about themselves. Unfortunately, that's the reality. You got non-traditional women who feel like they deserve traditional men. Like I said, I'm not looking for no traditional woman. I'm looking for a woman that's going to submit to my game plan, a woman who won't submit to my knowledge, my wisdom, my ism. We're going to do things my way. I'm the leader, and if you don't want to do things my way, then hit the highway. There's a man out there for you. He just that man ain't me, baby. Hit the like button, man, and make sure that you guys support the show. And then women gonna say, "Oh, well, men are this." No, we're talking about the men that you actually want. We're not talking about men who are broke. We're not talking about men who don't have. We're not talking about those guys because you don't want to get married to those guys anyway. We're talking about the type of men that you would want to be married to. What benefit what benefit does a man like that get from legal marriage if he got his paper together, if his life is in order, good credit, career, income, money coming in, he can travel when he want, he ain't worried about bills, he's living good. What benefit does a man get from legal marriage who's already financially stable? I'm waiting for somebody in the comment section to tell me what that benefit is or what those benefits are. I know dudes who went to jail that got women sending them money. He get out of jail, the woman catering for him, cooking for him. He's driving a car. He's doing all of these things. This man ain't got no paper. He's not even legally married to this woman. I know guys fresh out of jail that get women to treat them better than some men who provide 100% for women. That's something you got to think of. See, paying 100% is not going to make a woman feminine. It's not going to make her submissive. And a lot of you guys have the game twisted. You think, well, if I provide for her 100% and be a real man, she's going to be loyal to me. No, that's not true, buddy. By the time you meet a woman in her 30s, that woman then already gave her all to another man. She didn't already had children from another man. So by the time she meets you, there's nothing left to give you. Another man has drained her of her feminine energy, her femininity. She's scarred, she's psychologically damaged, which means she's going to be harder to manage by the time you meet her and she's in her 30s and she has children from previous relationships. Right? Think about it like this. When you meet a woman before she's been damaged, she's more open, she's more loving, she has more femininity and more feminine energy. Because she's open, she hasn't been psychologically damaged yet. Now, by the time you meet a woman that's in her 30s and she's been through multiple failed relationships, she got children by other man, that woman is damaged. She's going to be guarded and she's psychologically damaged. Let me tell you something. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience for any woman. Why? Because she got to pay all the bills. She got to deal with all the day-to-day stress with no man there to help provide for her. So a woman who's a single mother that's in her 30s and she's been through failed relationships, that woman is psychologically damaged, which means it's going to be harder to manage that woman if you decide to take her serious. That's something that you must consider. See, think about women before they've been damaged, before they've been through all these failed relationships. They're open, they're more willing to listen, they're more feminine, they're more submissive, right? Now, when you get a woman that's already, she's in her 30s, she's a single mother, been through failed relationships, she's had multiple sex partners, that woman is drained of her femininity, she's drained of her feminine energy. She's not going to admit that. You just got to be smart. She'll never admit it, but you got to be smart enough to know that as a man. That's why it's so important for you to suck up this knowledge, this wisdom, this certified true religion. Not true religion genes, true religion as in certified ism. Game is navigation, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So a lot of ladies gonna listen to this. Oh, I don't want to. I know a lot of ladies don't want to hear this because you don't want to hear the truth. You don't give these ladies don't give a damn about what affects men. They're only thinking about what's beneficial for themselves. They don't care about you. Now, let's say you get with a single mother, right? You get with a woman that already has children, right? And hold on, let me see how long we've been talking, for 16 minutes. Anyway, let's get into this clip, and I'm gonna get back to that conversation. Check this out.
Don't go and shout down the whole group.
Can it happen? You trying to say that we don't deserve love from high value men?
These pick-me bitches who sit around with these men just to have a man in their child's life.
Any woman with a foul, with a potty mouth like that doesn't deserve a masculine man, because no masculine man wants a woman with a foul mouth like that. I don't give a damn how pretty she is. She's not worthy. So don't put her in a white position, homie. She's not worthy. And I'll break down those reasons in a few minutes.
The living room window lifts up and that mofo climbs in.
Single moms are proof that women are natural leaders.
This is just a horrible.
Single moms are natural leaders. That has to be some of the dumbest crap I heard. Do you know that children are worse off when they're raised by single mothers? A woman is not a natural leader. A woman is naturally emotional. Women can't even manage their own emotions. So how in the hell they're going to manage children? And especially when the children are growing up and they're going through puberty. They have all these different emotions. Now, that's not me demonizing women, but what I'm saying is, no, they're not natural born leaders. Men are leaders, not women. That has to be some of the dumbest crap I heard. And the problem is this: you got gullible females who get on social media and they take advice from these women who are they take advice from these females who are clueless.
Traits I have, like
now,
this.
And I don't want black women coming here and say, well, not all. We know it's not all, but it's the majority, man. Anything over 50% is the majority. Unfortunately, you have a lot of black women who think like this. Well, not all of us. I never said all. I speak for the majority. The majority rules. Stick to the rules. The majority rules. I'm not saying that men are perfect. You got a lot of messed up men out here. You know, I give my female family members and chicks who are my homegirls that I grew up with, I give them advice all the time about what type of men they should avoid. So no, it ain't just about the ladies, but what I'm saying, make sure that you pay attention. And I'm gonna break this game down to the very last compound. You did
your preferences, but don't go and shout down a whole group of people in society.
Most of the time, those women don't tell them about any kids until that man is hooked.
Anybody trying to date me, my bills are your bills, so I don't care whose car it is.
Yeah, he don't care if you have.
She said, my bills are your bills. No, the hell it ain't. If you can't take care of yourself, I'm not dealing with you. If you can't take care of your basic necessities, you don't deserve to be with a man who makes decent money. I wish I would pay for a woman to get her wig done. I wish I would pay for a babysitter because she didn't have children by another man. And I'm going to pay for a babysitter just to date her. Man, please, man, you got to be a sucker to do that. Going to pay for this broad nails and pay for a babysitter. Man, that ain't my problem. If you can't keep up, listen, If a woman can't keep up with her basic if a woman can't keep up with her basic necessities like her hair, her nails, her weave, and stuff like that, man, I don't need to deal with that, bro. I'm not gonna pay for your beautification process. That ain't my job. The least you could do is maintain your beauty, and the least that a woman could do is maintain her beauty and femininity. And if she can't do that, she's not worthy. She's not worthy of dealing with a man of a certain caliber. A lot of you simps, have paid for babysitters because you want to sleep with this single mother. You're not taking her out because you like her so much. You're taking her to dinner with hopes to go up in her. You're taking her to dinner because you would like to have sex with her. So in the process, you will pay for the babysitter. You'll pay for her wig, her nails, or whatever that she feel that she needs to be done. And a lot of you suckers have paid for that. If a woman can't keep up with her basic necessities, she don't deserve a man of your caliber. Period. Get your stuff together, ladies. Stop begging men to pay for your babysitters. Stop begging men to pay for your nails and your weave. You need to be paying for that stuff yourself. If you cannot do that yourself, you're not qualified to be with a man of a certain caliber. I'm not paying for your nails. I'm not paying for no babysitter. I'm not doing none of that. Those are basic necessities that you should be taking care of. And if you can't do it, you are unqualified. 100%.
It's a horrible trait to have. Like, yes, have your preferences, but don't go and shout down a whole group of people in society.
Most of the time, those women don't tell them about any kids until that man is hooked.
Anybody trying to date me, my bills are your bills. So I don't care whose car it is.
Yeah, he don't care if you have a child.
And women are misleading other women. They're giving bad advice, man. Like I said yesterday, when you take on a single mother, a lot of them are struggling financially. Why you think these single moms are always talking about their bills and you need to pay for this, you need to pay for that? Because these women are broke. They're struggling. I'm not putting people down for being broke. We've all been broke. But what I'm saying is I never made my problem somebody else's problem. So if she can't pay her bills, that's her problem. If she can't pay for a babysitter, that's her problem. Her children are another man's responsibility. Don't make her children that's not yours your responsibility. That's for another man to take care of, the man that she didn't have them children with. But what a lot of these single mothers do, well, you need to take me here and do this and do that. Let me tell you something, lady. Your children are not my responsibility. And if a woman tries to make her children your responsibility, you need to run far away from that woman. Quick, fast, ASAP.
So I saw a guy on here say no high value man wants a single mom. And my question is, why do y'all hate her so much? What did the
Just because I don't want you doesn't mean that I hate you. I don't want to eat French fries today. Does it mean that I hate French fries? No, I don't want them right now. Just because a man doesn't want to wife up single mothers doesn't mean that he hates single mothers. And that's the nonsense that these women spread across social media. You hate. No, you're just not fit to be with a man of my caliber. It doesn't mean that I hate you. Listen, let me give you an example. If you try to go get a job and they say, well, this job requires a certain degree, it doesn't mean that they hate you because they're telling you you're not qualified for the job. What it means is you're just not qualified for the job. And your feelings doesn't have to be involved to tell somebody that. Well, ma'am, you know, the requirements is that you have this type of degree. You don't have that. So, you know, unfortunately, you're not qualified for the job. Oh, you guys hate me. You just hate me because you don't want to hire me. No, we don't hate you. You're just not qualified for the job. So if a man is telling you, I don't want to wife up a single mom, because check game. When you date a single mom, right? A lot of these chicks are struggling financially. A lot of these single mothers don't want you telling their kids nothing. They want you to provide for their children, but they don't want you to be the disciplinarian of their children. Now, responsibility with no authority is foolishness. And a lot of you men have put yourselves in those bad situations. I'm going to say it again. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. What do I mean? I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say you're dating a single mother. You're feeding her, you're feeding her children, you're helping her with bills in her house, and you're helping her because she's struggling financially. But she don't want you to have authority when it comes to disciplining her kids. So her kids can benefit from the money that you bring to the table, but you don't have the authority to discipline those children. So I said it before and I say it again. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. And unfortunately, a lot of you guys end up in bad situations like that dealing with these single mothers. A lot of these single moms don't want you telling their kids nothing, but they want you to feed their children. They want you to pay bills in the house where her children lives at. She wants to benefit from you financially, but you have no authority. All the responsibility, but zero authority. You just signed up for slavery if you decide to deal with that. I'm just giving you the facts. And then on top of that, you always gonna have another man in your business. Now, some single mothers, baby daddies ain't around at all, so maybe you might not have the problem if the child's father is nowhere to be found and he's not in the picture at all. But let's just say that she does know who her. Let's just say that she does know who her baby father is. You're gonna have a man in your business all the time. He's gonna be calling a woman, stressing her out. She's going to be trying to get child support because he ain't helping her with the kid. She's stressed out because she got to spend all this money taking care of a kid that she ain't getting no help from. The daddy ain't helping her. She's struggling financially. So you're going to deal with the fact that she's stressed out from a previous relationship because everything is on her. She got to foot the bill 100% because the father ain't helping. So now you're going to pick up the slack. You're going to pick up the tab. You got another man that's always getting. Another man gonna always be in your business. You're providing for a child that's not yours. You're raising a child that's not yours. And on top of that, she don't want you disciplining that kid, but she wants to benefit from you financially. She wants you to take on the responsibility of raising another man's family, but you don't have the authority to discipline the child. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. And too many of you men have signed up for that. Why? Because you don't have this game. You lack the knowledge and wisdom. You haven't been laced with this ism.
Single moms do to you for you guys to feel like we are just the bottom of the bottom. Like, God forbid I took care of my responsibilities instead of getting an abortion, because it would have been easier for me to just be like, let me go ahead and get rid of that because I'm not married. But I decided to go ahead and take care of my responsibilities. And yes, I could have married my child's father, but guess what? My mental health was dwindling trying to keep her in a 2-parent household with somebody that was cheating on me all the time. The woman with no kids.
All right, let's talk about that. The baby daddy was cheating on you all the time. So, okay, why was he cheating on you all the time? See, they never want to talk about that. Oh, well, he was just a bad guy. He's a cheater. Do you really think that a man who's not the father of your children is going to give you monogamy? So let me guess, you want a man that makes a ton of money. He's not the father of your children, but he's going to make a ton of money and give you monogamy. A lot of you ladies have, unfortunately, put yourself in a bad situation. Let me tell you something. A lot of these women don't want you to tell their kids nothing. Their kids don't clean up. Their kids eat food. Listen, a lot of these women allow their kids to eat food in the bedroom. The house is junky, is nasty. The kid don't have any chores. All they kids do is play video games and they play with electronic devices all day. The children don't have no chores around the house. And if you as a man step in there and say, hold on, this kid need to be doing this kid need to be doing that. She don't want you telling her kid what to do. She don't want you to discipline her children. But she wants you to provide financially, but you're going to have zero authority. Authority, listen, responsibility with no authority is slavery. 100%. And you got to look at it just like that. These women don't want you disciplining their kids, but they want a man that's going to take care of them and provide financially. What do I look like stepping in your life to provide for another man's child? Your child is another man's responsibility, but you want me to provide financially, but you don't want me disciplining your children. What sense does that make? That is a bad deal for a man. I'm pretty sure if you guys didn't deal with these single mothers, you know for a fact that a lot of these single mothers don't want you telling their children nothing. It's clear to see that she is failing when it comes to disciplining her own children. She failed in that department, but she don't want you telling her kids nothing. She wants the benefit of you providing financially, but you have no authority when it comes to disciplining her children. Now, my thing is this. If you got your own life together, why would you even want to discipline another man's children? That's not my job. That's a whole lot of time, effort, and energy. I could be putting that time, effort, and energy into my own children. Why would I do that for another man's children? But let's just say for the sake of the argument, you decide to look past the fact that she's coming to the table with a child from another man, right? And you decide to deal with this single mom and take her serious. You know that these single moms don't really want you telling them kids nothing. Now, every now and then you might have a woman who doesn't matter, but she doesn't really care. But for the most part, they don't. She said she left her baby daddy because he was cheating on her. So you think you're going to get back into the dating game. You're going to come to the dating game with a child from another man. And you think that a man who's not the father of your child is going to give you monogamy and he's going to make a ton of money. It's not going to happen, ladies. For the majority of you, it's not going to happen. You're going to end up going from man to man and man to man. The next thing you know, you're going to be all over TikTok and social media saying men ain't this and saying men ain't that because you fail when it comes to dealing with men.
Is next to me could have 7 to 8 abortions under her sleeve. Does that mean she deserves a high value man because she went to the abortion clinic 7 times? I mean, what is up with that? Because single moms are out here making it happen. You trying to say that we don't deserve love from a high value man, whatever that really means?
It's funny that these single mothers will say that a man that's broke, they'll tell you what a man don't deserve if he ain't doing this and doing that. But when men tell you what a woman of a certain caliber, what type of man she don't deserve, they get in their feelings about that. These are the same women that have no problem telling you what type of man they don't want to deal with. But when men get vocal about the type of women that they don't want to deal with, these women start crying over the internet. They got a major problem now that men actually have standards. Now that men have more options, these women have a problem with that. Men are not supposed to have standards. We're supposed to accept anything that a woman brings to the table. And the moment that we make videos saying that we don't want to deal with a woman like this, we don't want to bring with this type of woman who brings this to the table, they get in their feelings. They say, oh, you hate single mothers. No, we just don't want to deal with you for whatever reason we decided not to. Women have a hard time accepting the fact that men have standards. They have a hard time accepting that.
Deserve a high value man because she went to
and notice this. A lot of these chicks don't get standards until they become single mothers. She's a single mother. Now all of a sudden her standards are higher. But your value, listen, your value is lower. Your standards is higher, but your value is lower. And a lot of women gonna get mad at that, but I got to give you the facts. If you're coming to the table with children from another man, right? When you think about the men who are in position to provide for a family, more than likely he's going to pick a woman who's going to come with less baggage, meaning no children. These females who's been in these failed relationships and they have children, they are traumatized psychologically. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. They're traumatized as a result of that. Listen, that woman gonna have an attitude with you, and when you tell her about it, she's gonna say that she don't have an attitude. Why? Because the hardest thing for a woman to see is herself in the mirror. The hardest thing for a woman to see is her own reflection in the mirror. That's the hardest thing for her to see. She can point the finger and criticize everybody else, but she has a hard time seeing what? Herself. I know a lot of you cats have dealt with women just like that. They'll gossip about everybody else's business, but their life is out of order. She ain't got her paper together. Her credit is messed up. She got a baby daddy who doesn't provide financially. This woman's life is a train wreck, but she got all these opinions about everybody else, but she can't even fix her personal life. My God, there's so many women out. Man, there's so many women out here like that in the dating scene. The dating market is tainted.
I decided to go ahead and take care of my responsibilities. And yes, I could have married my child's father, but guess what? My mental health was dwindling trying to keep her in a 2-parent household with somebody that was cheating on me all the time. The woman with no kids next to me could have 7 to 8 abortions under her sleeve.
Yeah, man, stay away from women who can see the flaws in everybody else besides themselves. They see the flaws in everybody else, but they don't see the flaws in themselves. Women like that end up with multiple baby daddies and failed relationships. And when you tell them about it, they say, well, my relationship, you notice that a lot of these women try to make it seem like their relationships wasn't that bad and it just didn't work out. But you notice that she's not with none of the men she had babies with. She's not none of the men that she slept with in the past. But she wants to convince you that she don't have any psychological issues. That's what she's going to try to convince you. You have to understand this, homies. When a woman exchanges that energy with multiple men and she has babies with different men, and as a result of that, she's been in multiple failed relationships, that woman is traumatized. She has psychological damage. She's going to be harder to manage because anytime you correct her about something, she's going to be so sensitive to the point to where she's going to feel like you're attacking her when in reality you are just correcting her.
That means she deserves a high value. My mental health was dwindling trying to keep her in a 2-parent household with somebody that was cheating on me all the time. The woman with no kids next to me could have 7 to 8 abortions under her sleeve. Does that mean she deserves a high value man because she went to the abortion clinic 7 times? I mean, what is up with that? Because single moms are out here making it happen. You trying to say that we don't deserve love from a high value man, whatever that really means? So we deserve to get the bottom of the bottom. We get the bottom of the barrel, man. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it's a bit strong to say that
you get the bottom of the barrel man. Well, a lot of men with their stuff together look at you like a bottom of the barrel woman. See, I'm sorry to see, ladies can always talk about bottom of the barrel men, but none of these women realize that they are bottom of the barrel women. I'm talking about women like that. Of course, you got some decent women who don't fall in that category, but women like that, they are bottom of the barrel women. And the sad part about it is they don't even realize their position because they're delusional when it comes to themselves, but they can point out everybody else's problems.
Why do some men hate single mothers? I don't think hate is the right word. I think a lot of the sort of direct speech that you hear from men about single mothers is about the frustration. Because I'm old enough to remember single mothers had a different aura and attitude about them. They had an attitude of down to earth, of, hey, I know my situation isn't the best situation for a man, so I'm gonna have a more pleasant attitude. I'm gonna be more agreeable. I'm gonna be more this.
He's telling the truth because a lot of these single mothers, like, they'll be struggling financially and they're still running their mouth. She's combative. She got an attitude. She's always trying to correct somebody. And you would think that a woman in that position would be more humble, more agreeable, more feminine, more submissive. But in reality, they're not, because women like that, they didn't already gave their energy to multiple men. And I got women right now. So, Red, you talking about me? I'm not talking about you, baby. You know, you know how many women fall in this category? There's women right now watching this podcast. Are you Red over there talking about me? Man, there's millions of women who fall in this same category. I'm not talking about anybody personally. Unfortunately, this is the reality for a lot of women in today's society, especially in the Black community. So I'm not talking about anybody personally. You're speaking from your own insecurities. I'm not talking about anybody personally. You're just speaking from your own insecurities. Why? Because you know, the reason why is because you know that it applies to you, but it doesn't mean that I'm speaking to you personally just because the conversation applies to you. This conversation applies to many women in America, especially women in the Black community, but it applies to women in all communities, not just the Black community. Let me say that.
So there's a lot of single mamas, and shout out to every single mama that come across this content, baby. If ain't nobody rooting for you, honey, I am. These pick-me bitches who sit around with these men just to have a man in their child's life but going through miserable can't smile bigger than you. Okay, because a lot of us single mothers freed ourselves up from these P3DO5 fathers that like to stick around for the quote-unquote advantage of what their evil doers asses is doing. these drugged up baby daddies who ain't shit. They just in the baby's face and taking up space. And a lot of women stay getting beat up just to have for the sake of having the daddy around, knowing that really if they leave it will be better, but they stick around for the kid to have. It's a whole lot of women who are relationships who are still single married mamas. You married, but you still doing everything that a single mama do, but you got to take on the bullshit for this nigga too. Like, stop trying.
You don't want to deal with a woman like that. If she's using an N-word and talking sassy, this woman is not feminine, but a lot of simps and suckers will deal with her because they feel like she's pretty. See, a lot of you men, you understand what I'm saying, right? But you're willing to look past the flaws of a lot of these women because the sex might be good, right? She might give you sex consistently. She might even look sexy. But you overlook the fact that she's not feminine. You overlook all the problems that she brings to the table because she's a single mother, bringing children to the table from previous relationships. She's a hardened woman. She's masculine as a result of those failed relationships. But you look past all of that because she might have some sex appeal and the sex is good. So you overlook all you overlook all of her dysfunction. You overlook all of her shortcomings based on the fact that she gives you sex consistently. So you overlook the drama that comes with dealing with this female. And, and unfortunately, a lot of you men have done that. I've done that in the past, right? No, I didn't wife the woman and put no babies in her. But what I'm saying is I had no business dealing with this woman at all. She get on the phone. She arguing with the baby daddy. She's mad because he ain't sending money. Now she's stressed out as a result of relationships that she was in before she met you. She's bringing all of that trauma, all of that drama to the table, but you put up with it because you like having sex with her. Or maybe you might need this woman to help you pay some bills. So you put up with her dysfunction for the sake of having sexual access to her. You know how many men deal with dysfunctional, not just single mothers, dysfunctional women in general. A lot of you men tolerate these females because you love the fact that you have sexual access to her. Now, outside of sexual access, can you name anything that she brings of value to your life? And in most cases, she's not bringing any value. You just love the fact that you have sexual access. So you're willing to put up with all of her drama, all of her dysfunction for the sake of having that sexual access.
Come for us. We're not out here playing with you. We're playing with our kids. Don't play.
The single fathers are on TikTok posting that they a single father and doing what they supposed to do because they created a child. They get so much more support and love than single mothers. They applaud them. They get cookies, rewards.
A lot of women say, "Oh, you talking about me? I'm not talking about you." There's millions of women in the same position that you're in. The crazy part about it is when women think that I'm talking about them, it's like, I'm not talking about you. This right here applies to millions of women in this country. Millions of women fall in this category. So I don't need to single one particular person out.
Thousands of comments, follows, shares, they viral. But let a single mother post, her content. She trying to blow up too. She, you know what I'm saying? Like, help me out. I'm a brokey. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm just trying to make a little some ends. Me trying to make a little money for me and my family. Whoopty why? Ain't nobody really supporting that. They scroll right past us. Not to mention, they sit up there and dog us for becoming single moms. Oh, well, just another single mother that should have kept her motherfucking legs closed. This world is fucked up. Like, y'all will sit up there and support the fathers when it's a small percent that do have full motherfucking with no support and help from the mother. I'm talking about 5%.
Yeah, because the courts don't really give custody to the fathers like that. It's harder for a father to get full custody than it is for a mother to have full custody. The mother can be broke living in the projects, and they'll suggest that you give her money every month instead of just giving the kids to the father, right? And that's the case, right? But we're not going to get into all of that because a lot of women feel, oh, you're bashing it. No, we're just talking. Well, listen, a lot of FBA people don't want to have these conversations because they don't want to feel like they're bashing black women. But to ignore these problems is suicide to the black community. It's dying slowly because a lot of black men who are in the FBA community, they're too afraid to address these issues, so they won't talk about it. They'll pretend like it doesn't exist.
Straight be, I'm at this point, I'm just starting to think that y'all just be dick riding. I don't know what it is. Like, what's in the water?
Now, do you really think a man wants a woman like her? She's ghetto, she's ratchet, she got a potty mouth. This woman is not going to appeal to any man with something going on. She'll appeal to a ghetto guy who just want to get laid, that want to have some quick sex, but no man of means is going to be attracted to no woman who talks like this. He's not going to be attracted to a woman who carries herself like this. She's not feminine, and she's unrealistic. She's delusional. She's not going to attract a quality man. But this would be the same woman that get on social media and talk crazy about men when you know damn well a man that means is not going to be attracted to a woman like this. Not for anything outside of sex.
But that's dead. Y'all need to kill that. Everybody deserves support. Single mothers, we been doing this shit. We true to this. It's way more single mothers than it is single fathers out here. Most of y'all motherfuckers is deadbeats and don't even take care of y'all motherfucking seed. So for y'all females, y'all need to quit supporting that bullshit. Because they don't support us. Do you see them over there supporting your page as a single mother? Okay, well sit your motherfucking ass down and shut the fuck up and keep scrolling just like they do us.
I wonder why they left.
The anger. You guys can see it, but you shouldn't be angry.
Yeah, she's an angry black woman. I'm gonna be real with you. This is an angry black woman right here. She really is.
Long story short, what ultimately did this one for me, aside from the guy blowing her phone up, calling all the time.
Yeah, don't you think men should be able to have a financial abortion? Hold on a second. If you can do, hold on a second. If I want a child, if I get you pregnant and I want the child and you don't want the child based upon whatever in your life, you just said you're going to do what you have to go and do, yeah? Abort the mission, yeah?
I didn't say abort the mission. I said we're going to talk to
You're going to abort the mission, okay? But guess what?
Yeah.
You don't care about my feelings. You don't care that I may have wanted to be a father. You don't care, innit, yeah? So you abort the mission, cool, innit, yeah? But then, let's say I don't want the child and you want the child, yeah? Hold on a second, wait, hold on a second.
Wait, because if you don't want the child, should you be allowed to step back?
No, I'm saying something. I'm showing the hypocrite. I'm saying, there's a lot of men, yeah, I may have wanted a child. You don't know. I may have had a child with a girl and she may have got pregnant. I may have wanted it. I'm not saying I wanted it, but it could have happened, right? And she could have aborted that child, had no say in it. So therefore, don't you think that men should be able to have financial abortion? If a woman has the right to choose, my body, my choice, don't you think the man should be my wallet, my choice?
So, okay.
Real talk alert.
Cool. Perfect.
What he's saying is, if it's okay for a woman to abort the baby because she didn't want it, and let's say the man did want it, and nobody looks down on her, right? But let's just say you decide to have a baby, he don't want it, and he said, okay, I don't want no responsibility. Okay, well, it's the same thing. He wants to check out financially, but you want to abort the baby because you don't want the baby. So I get what he's saying, because you got some guys, and that's why you gotta be careful when it comes to the women you deal with. Because say you get this woman pregnant, you don't want her to have the baby, and she say, I'm gonna have the baby anyway, right? So that's a bad situation. So you got to stop putting yourself in a position to where you're getting a woman pregnant that you don't want to be with. So you got to avoid situations like that at all costs, right? But what he's saying is, if a man don't want the baby, he should be able to check out financially. The same way that when a woman don't want a baby, she can run to the abortion clinic and abort that baby. I get what he's saying.
I've had this conversation with someone before. She had a child. The guy told her from the jump, I don't want this kid. If you keep this kid, I'm not going to be involved. She decided to keep the kid. When the child was born, he maintained. He has stood 10 toes on what he said. And I have said to her, whilst I still think he's a waste man. Because that's his blood. Aside from her, that's your bloodline. Yeah. Aside from however you feel about your baby mom, it will never change the fact that that's your bloodline. So that's fine. I still agree that he said from the beginning that's
you
what
do
he
realize
didn't want.
there's a certain
but
amount,
that doesn't take away the fact that I still feel like he's
there's
waste.
a certain amount of attachment that men get to women
to the baby.
Yeah. So I want you guys to understand, like, stop putting semen and bus and you trying to think that means something. A man busts inside of you, he does not attach that to the child. Okay. I want you to understand this. Now, traditionally, having a child outside of wedlock, they would have called you a whore, they would have called those kids bastards. This is what it is, and this is what it's still called now. That's what I grew up to, right? Okay, cool. So what we're doing right now is we're calling people baby mamas, single mothers, but people could be saying a lot worse, but we're not doing that. What you want to do is this. I'll be honest with women. Marriage protects women, okay? Because you guys initiate divorce and, you know, you get most of everything. The kids go with you and, you know, suicide rates and men's depression, all these things, right? So if you want to be protected, what women, you don't want...
I'm going to show some white single mothers too, because, you know, black women always feel attacked, right? And this applies to single mothers of all races. It don't just apply to black women, right? So I'm going to show some clips of some white single mothers, and I'm going to show you how the same rules apply to them. It's no different. So ladies can't come in here and say, you're just attacking black women. Shut up. You just don't want to be held accountable. This applies to many women of all races, right? Hit the like button and support the content.
You want child support, you want spousal support and alimony. The problem is you become baby moms, not you per se, but I'm saying they become baby. Having a child with someone is equal to be married to them. It's the same thing, okay? It's the exact same thing. In actual fact, you're connected straight away. So if you're willing to give a man a child, you might as well secure the ring, because if you decide to leave, at least now he has to pay for you. What you're doing is you're finessing yourself out of what was actually good. Now you're getting child support. Child support don't mean nothing. That's a couple bills. That's not going to change your life. Exactly. And if your man is self-employed, just forget about that. Yeah, you're I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah. So why I try to put onus on the woman is because I look at women. Women are the prize. Women have always been the prize. But you don't become the prize when you allow bear man to start unwrapping the prize and passing it around.
For your kids,
a woman, they're not the prize, right? Right. If I'm taking care of you and I'm making your life better, how are you the prize? If I'm leading you, I'm guiding you, and I'm providing for you, how are you the prize? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that women don't have any value, because of course they do. Well, it just depends on a woman. But how can a woman be the prize when you're leading her, you're guiding her? And the thing about it is this, like with 50-50 relationships, let's dive into that. Women that say, well, I don't want to go 50-50. Well, a lot of these chicks are already single mothers. You're paying 100%. You're already paying 100%. You got a baby with a man that's not helping you with that child, and you think you're gonna meet a man who's not the father of your children to provide for you, to provide for a kid that's not his 100%. That doesn't make any sense. So to all these women who don't want to go 50, I don't want to listen. Let them pay 100% by themselves so that they can keep struggling. Let them keep struggling. She's already paying 100%. Or she got to rob Peter to pay Paul. She got to borrow money from people. She got to take out loans. She got student loan debt. Her credit is bad. She can barely pay her bills. She got a baby with a man that's not helping her with the child. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. So when you take on a single mother, she's going to bring a long list of problems, a whole lot of trauma, and a whole lot of baggage. Don't let them tell you no different. A lot of these single mothers cry themselves to sleep every night. She knows that she's struggling financially. She knows that she had a baby with a man that's not helping her to put the bill to. The man is not helping her to provide for that child. So as a result of that, she's struggling. It's bringing on more stress. She has mood swings. She's always stressed out. Her emotions are unbalanced. Her emotions is everywhere. Because being a single mother is a traumatic experience. So if you take on a woman who's a single mother and she's struggling because she's taking care of this child by herself, that woman is going to come with a long list of problems. But you know what she's going to do? She's going to try her best to convince you that she got everything together. She's going to try her best to convince you that she don't have any problems, not just financial issues, mental, emotional, and psychological issues. She's going to bring a long list of problems to the table. Why? Because being a single mother is a traumatic experience. Don't let them tell you no different.
Okay, let me ask you this. How are your kids going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
I wonder you stayed single.
I would never, because you would never ask me how.
Let me tell you something right here. And I'm going to say this, right? There's no shortage of women like this, so how are they the prize? Anytime you have an overabundance, anytime you have something it's oversaturated, right? Whether it might be a car or a house. If the market is oversaturated with that, the value decreases. So what am I saying? You can find women like this everywhere. There's no shortage on women who are single mothers, who are struggling financially, who's traumatized from all their failed relationships. A man didn't went upside their head before. A man has physically abused them. So if you meet a woman who's a single mother, she's been physically abused, she's struggling financially, she's been through several failed relationships. That woman is traumatized psychologically. She is struggling financially. So if you decide to take a woman like that serious, she's going to bring you a long list of problems. And I know ladies don't want to hear this because the truth always hurt people's feelings, but we got to have these conversations. If we're ever going to move forward, we got to have these conversations. It's never her fault for why the man left. And this is what you got to know about dealing with not just single mothers, women in general, especially these single moms, though. It's never their fault for the failed relationship. The man abused them physically, mentally, emotionally. He doesn't provide for the child financially. So a woman who's been through all of that is going to come with a long list of problems. All she can do is drain you. She can't bring any value to her life. She's looking for a man to uplift her. What benefit do you get from taking this woman on? You always going to have another man in your business, which is her baby daddy. He's always going to be in your business because you're dating his woman. She has his child and you're dating his woman. That's exactly what it is. So you always going to have her baby daddy in your business. A lot of these single mothers don't want you to discipline the child, but they want you to take on financial responsibility, but you have no authority when it comes to disciplining the child. The child don't have chores around the house. The child doesn't clean up anything. She allows the children to eat in the bedroom. She allows the children to eat in the living room. There's food on the floor. There's crumbs everywhere. Why? Because their children don't have no discipline. Her children are not required to eat at the dinner table. That's why you find food, crumbs, and stuff all across the house. You as a man, you don't believe in running no household like that. You believe that a kid needs to sit at the table and eat all of their food. So when it's time to clean up, you're only cleaning up this one particular section, opposed to you going all across the house to find food and crumbs everywhere because her children are not disciplined. She allowed her children to eat any and everywhere all across the house. So if you as a man, you come in there and you try to fix the situation, she don't want you telling her children nothing. She don't even want you telling her children nothing. So you're going to provide financially, but you have no authority to discipline that child. No man in his right mind is going to sign up to deal with that, ladies. If you don't want a man disciplining your children, don't ask him to provide anything for you or your children. That sounds fair to me.
My kids will be an asset to you.
That's the thing.
That's insanity.
But see, I'm coming from a logical standpoint.
If a woman has a problem with you disciplining her children, she ain't got no damn business asking you for no damn money. She ain't got no damn business asking you for no financial support.
You
I
have
don't
to ask
think
those questions.
any woman
And let me say one more
is
thing.
going to let you say, how can your kids be an... No, sweetie, no.
How are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
See,
her kids can never be an asset to you anyway, so the question is foolish. Another man's children is never an asset to you. So that's a pointless question. That question is irrelevant. Another man's children can never be an asset to a man. Why would you want to take on financial responsibility for another man's children? It's her baby's daddy's job to provide financially. It ain't your job to do it. So another man's children can never be an asset to you. That's a liability. That's another responsibility. That's a responsibility that's not yours. So it's impossible for another man's children to be an asset to you. That is a dumb question.
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
You might as well secure the ring, because if you decide to leave, at least now he has.
I'm not saying you need to be mean to the children. You can drop some jewels on the children. I'm not saying we need to be mean to children. That's not what I'm saying at all. But this is the reality, ladies. Your children can never be an asset to a man who's not the father of those children. Your children is not an asset to a man that you're just dating, to a man that you're just sleeping with. Those are not his children, so they can never be an asset to him.
Pay for you. What you're doing is you're finessing yourself out of what was actually good. Now you're getting child support. Child support don't mean nothing. That's a couple bills. That's not going to change your life. And if your man is self-employed, just forget about that. Yeah, you're
unemployed.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why I try to put onus on the woman is because I look at women. Women are the prize. Women have always been the prize. But you don't become the prize when you allow bear man to start unwrapping the prize and passing it around.
For your kids, okay, let me ask you this. How are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
Wonder you stayed single. See,
I would never,
but
because
that's
you
the
would
problem.
never ask me how my kids would be an asset to you.
That's the thing.
That's insanity.
But see, I'm coming from a logical standpoint. You
I
have
don't
to ask
think
those questions.
any woman
And let me say one more
is
thing.
going to
G.
let you say, how can your kids be an... No, sweetie, no.
How are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
See,
I would
I'm gonna tell you right now, any man that's gonna ask you a question like that thinks that he's doing you a favor by dating you as a single parent, and you should be grateful. And that's how he's going to treat you and your children, as if y'all should be grateful that he is willing to tolerate you and your offsprings. Okay, I would never what can your children what benefit?
Listen, brothers, don't even ask a woman that question, because her children can never be an asset to you. It's a pointless question, right? Her children is another man's responsibility. Therefore, they can never be an asset to you. Let's go.
Stop it right.
Her children is another man's responsibility. They can never be an asset to you. That is a pointless question. So don't even ask that question. It's a waste of time.
There before she finishes. This is exactly why men don't want single moms. The man, he's trying to be logical. Logical question. He asked it the wrong way, but he asked a logical question. He took it like he's trying to say, what are your kids bringing to the table? Of course not. That's how she's taking it. These are young children. He knows that. What he's saying is they can't do anything for me. He should have said that. No, I don't want single moms, because these children can't do anything for me. They're not my kids. Simple and plain.
Are your children to me? What the honestly, what kind of question is that even? And what woman, as a woman, any woman who thinks that this is an acceptable question, I want to know, what answer would you give someone that asks you that? Because to me, now I automatically know my children are not safe in your presence. And
See, the thing is, a lot of these single mothers do look good. So a lot of you men still would like to date them. So, and a lot of you guys will date them. See, the thing about it is this: if a single mother looks good enough, a lot of you men, you will put up with their BS as long as you could tolerate it, right? So a lot of men find themselves in positions to where they're dealing with a chick who does have children, but she might be sexy. She might give him sexual access, right? And that's not to say that every single mom is bad. That's not what I'm saying. But the problem is the dating pool is oversaturated with single moms just like this. When you find a single mom with common sense that's down to earth, she represents the minority. She's not the majority. The overwhelming majority of these single mothers on the dating market are just like this. They're struggling financially. They don't want you to have authority when it comes to disciplining their children, but they want you to provide financially. Her baby daddy gonna always be in your business. Now, in some cases, the baby daddy ain't around at all, then you don't have another man in your business. But at the same time, do you really want to take on responsible finance? Do you really want to take on financial responsibility for another man's child? That's a question that you have to ask yourself, even if the baby daddy ain't around. But let's say the baby daddy is around. You always gonna have her baby daddy in your business. She don't want you to discipline the children, but she wants you to take on financial responsibility. Responsibility with no authority is slavery, brothers. Don't do it. If she has a problem with you disciplining her children, leave that woman alone. Quit dealing with her. Now you understand why she's a single mother. She wants you to take on financial responsibility, but you don't have the authority to discipline her children the way that you see fit. But she wants the benefit of you providing financially. That is slavery. Don't let these women use you.
I would never allow my children to be around you. I would never allow my children to, I would never bring anyone into my home that feels like, well, if I'm going to date you, what benefit are your children to me? To you? What the fuck? What do you mean by that? Like, I really can't wrap my mind around it because it just doesn't make sense. Like, what do you mean? What benefit are they to you? What benefit are you to them? What benefit is me bringing you into our lives?
You see how what benefit are you to her children? Your children is another man's responsibility. It ain't my job to benefit your children. It's their daddy's responsibility to be a bit to benefit them, not mine. The hell I need to be beneficial to you and your children. Your children ain't my responsibility. This man, these women are crazy. They will drain your money. They will drain your energy. She will drain your masculinity if you put up with her buffoonery. I suggest you never put yourself in that situation in the first place. You're not going to drain my energy. You're not going to drain my money. Your children is another man's responsibility. I'm never going to tie myself into no nonsense like that. Man, please.
Are your children to me? What the like? Honestly, what kind of question is that even? And what woman? What as a woman, any woman who thinks that this is an acceptable question, I want to know what answer would you give someone that asks you that? Because to me, now I automatically know my children are not safe in your presence, and I would never allow my children to be around you. I would never allow my children
Do you think he wants to be around your children? I'll never let my children be around you. Do you think the man that's dating you want to be around your children? See, this shows you why these women are single mothers and why they don't have a man or a husband in the first place. Look at their mentality. Do you really think the man that's dating you, do you really think he wants to be around your children? He could care less if he ever sees your children. I ain't gonna let a man like that be around my children. He doesn't want to be around your children anyway. You're not doing him no favor by bringing your children around. This woman is crazy.
I would never bring anyone into my home that what as a woman, any woman who thinks that this is an acceptable question, I want to know what answer would you give someone that asks you that? Because to me, now I automatically know my children are not safe in your presence, and I would never allow my children to be around you. I would never allow my children to, I would never bring anyone into my home that feels like, well, if I'm going to date you, what benefit are your children to me? To you? What the fuck? What do you mean by that? Like, I really can't wrap my mind around it because it just doesn't make sense. Like, what do you mean? What benefit are they to you? What benefit are you to them? What benefit is me bringing you into our lives are you going to have for them? It's one thing to say what benefit is the woman that you're dating to you. You know what I'm saying? But to say what benefit are your children to me is very fucking weird and very creepy. Men are getting creepy.
My biggest fear with raising sons as a single mom is that they're possibly going to grow up and think that the women in their generation shouldn't complain about being a single mother because they watched me do it. You see, a single mother is going to create one of two men. You're either going to create a man that watched his mother struggle so he would never put another woman through that, or you're going to create a man that watched his mother struggle but get it done and think that that's normal. Like, oh, well, my mom did it, so it's okay. I don't want them to have that mentality just because.
I'm going to show white single mothers too. So black women don't think that we're just, talking about them. This applies to all single mothers. But so right after this, we're going to break down the mentality. We're going to show you some delusional white single mothers as well. Right? I would never bring you around my children. He don't want to be around your children anyway. Like he's just dying to be around your children. Man, these women are foolish. He could care less if he sees your children. Man.
they watched me do it. You see, I don't complain to them about being a single mother because I don't want them to think it was terrible raising them. So I'm like a little conflicted because I also don't want them to grow up and think, well, my mom was a single mom, so other moms should do it. Why are you complaining about being a single mom? My mom.
Child-free women or single mothers?
This is a tough one because honestly, it seems like it's a photo finish in terms of which one of us they hate the most, single moms or child-free women. If I had to guess, I would say that they hate child-free women more because at least single moms have fulfilled their natural purpose, right? They've done the reproductive labor. We haven't. We somehow cheated the world out of the reproductive labor that they were entitled to from us. But I'm going to reference Lizzie's series on threats to the patriarchy.
Single moms are proof that women are natural leaders, so much so that people don't even acknowledge when women are leading their families because it's expected. In the absence of her child's father, a single mom is supposed to just wither away and die, or as some would call it.
No, the government provides you with resources to survive without a man. Even though you still need a man, the government is no real substitute, but they can give you small little trinkets to help you to survive. They're not going to help you to thrive. They'll give you trinkets so that you can survive. But no, children raised, especially black children that are raised in single mother homes, they come out the worst. The stats prove it. A lot of these children who are raised by single mothers have mental health issues, behavioral problems, and just a long list of things that comes with these children who are raised by these single moms. So no, a woman is not fit to be anybody's leader. Let me tell you something. I don't care how much education she has. I don't care how much money she makes. That woman will never be a natural born leader. Money doesn't make women leaders. Education can never make them a leader. Women are not built. They're not created to be leaders. That is not her natural role. A lot of women believe that money can replace the role of a man. A lot of women in the black community feel like money can replace the role of a man. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen several women who feel like, well, I got a job and a career. I don't need no man. No, that your child still needs guidance and instructions from a man. There's a lot of things that you can't give that child, baby. Your education and money doesn't replace the fact that your child lacks the guidance of a man. It doesn't take up for the fact that your child lacks the structure that should be coming from a man. So money cannot replace the role of a man, and that is something that a lot of black women just don't understand. Feminism has trained these women to believe that money can replace the role of that child's father. That's why you have women like this who say women are natural born leaders. No, you're not. You're not fit for that role. No amount of money will make you a leader. No amount of education will make you a leader. You lack those qualities. Why? Because you're not born. You wasn't born a man, so you're not fit for that position. No money or no level of education will ever change that.
Take accountability. Single, child-free women. Let me ask you a question. In a world where a woman could quite literally go outside and hail a man like one would hail a cab, what would happen if all women discovered that they can get to their destinations using their own vehicles? So the objective is to make the end zone look like a lonely, sad place that nobody wants to be. When in reality, single, child-free women are the happiest demographic in the world. And when people see single, child-free women living their lives and being happy, this forces people to reevaluate the world around them as well as how they see themselves. Her time is truly her own. Being single and child-free as a woman opens up a world that women have not experienced for a long time, and that is a world of freedom. And as more and more women are getting a taste of this freedom, let's just say it's getting real scary in these patriarchy, misogynistic streets.
Notice that the reason why single moms.
Listen, man. These women, they talk too much. They want to be heard and they talk too much, even when they're not making sense. Now, this woman, I ain't even going to go on her physical appearance because, wow, my God. Like listening to these women talk, you understand why no man wants to marry them. And unfortunately, our community is oversaturated with women who think like this. That's why when I do these videos, there's always a chick who think I'm talking about her. I'm like, hold on, do you realize how many chicks are in the same category as you? Do you realize how many chicks has the same problems as you? So I don't need to talk about you personally. Millions of women in America fall in this category. A lot of them have baby daddies who ain't helping them. They're struggling financially. It's hard for them to discipline their children. She's going to come with a long list of problems based on the fact that she's been in failed relationships. Let me tell you this. When you meet women with a low body count, they're not as guarded as a woman with a higher body count. Like, let's say you're dealing with a single mother. She's in her 30s. That woman has been through a lot of failed relationships, and she has children from other men. That woman has psychological issues as well as financial issues. You got to be smart enough to know this. You got to be smart enough to see the women for who they are. They're going to convince you that nothing is wrong with them and they have everything together. And somehow the men are the reason for those relationships not working. But let me tell you this. Let me tell you something. After a woman then already been with a certain amount of men, she loses she loses a lot of her femininity. Right? She's going to be guarded. She's going to be more argumentative. She's too opinionated. She's not agreeable. She always has to say something to one up you as if she knows more. And when you look at her life doesn't reflect that she knows more. She's struggling as a result of her bad decisions. But she gets around you. She runs her mouth. She pretends to be smarter than what she is, but her lifestyle doesn't reflect that she's smart. Her lifestyle is hard as a result of her bad decision making. But she gets around you. She's argumentative. She's mouthy. She's overly opinionated, and that's masculinity. That is masculine energy coming from a woman. Am I saying all women are like this? No, but the overwhelming majority of them are. Anything over 50% represents the majority. She's combative. She's argumentative. She's guarded as a result of her failed relationships. She has mental, emotional, financial, and psychological issues and a long list of other problems. The majority of them come to the table bringing these problems. You just got to be smart enough to see that. You got to be smart enough to see it for what it is, because women are good at convincing you that you don't see what you actually see. Haven't you guys notice that? Women are good at convincing you that you don't see what you actually see. They're good at that. Women are so good at manipulation that they'll convince you that what you see is not actually what you're seeing. They'll convince you that it's actually something else, when in reality, you know exactly what you're looking at. But a lot of you men, like, if your game ain't tight, if your game ain't strong, they'll convince you that you're not looking at what you're really looking at. What you're looking at is actually something else, right? Women are good at manipulating your emotions. See, women are not stronger than you physically, so they'll try to manipulate you through emotions. They'll try to manipulate you through feelings. And they'll try to convince you that they're nothing like the other women that you deal with, even though you see the same characteristics.
Problem is because they prove that women are natural leaders, according to Lizzie. And they prove that the sort of posturing of the cosplay of leadership that men do isn't really.
She said that because so many single mothers are struggling and they want someone to help them. Now, she comes across like a lady who had a surrogate, right? I'm sorry, she does. I want to be a strong woman. I'm a feminist. Surrogate baby, she's next. Her eggs are probably fried, but she's next on the chopping block.
Leadership, that it's actually pageantry. Child-free women, on the other hand, choose themselves.
All right, let's get into these white single mothers right here. So we didn't deal with the black single mothers. Let's see what these,
so sad about it all is they're raising their daughters to become a cum dumpster who will produce more BM.
That get forced to go
Creating. Subscribe and
marry a man if he has money or he's on his road to making some form of substantial income. A man who has superior wealth is driven, ambitious, and purposeful led by his work. This type of man's true nature illustrates there will be safety and security provided in the relationship. Now, this isn't for superficial reasons. This is for the purpose of you being in your divine feminine. At a woman's core, she craves to be looked after, so she can simply relax without having to be in
higher lives. And the moment you hit a rough,
I'm not gonna. I don't want to hear that AI bull crap.
More BMs and more YNs.
Single mothers do not have a village to help you because you're terrible people.
Honey, you'll be doing us a favor by getting some of the Tyrones off of our hands. We can't handle them all.
There is nothing he could have done differently. The problem was her.
And instead of being happy with being married to a wealthy man, you wanted to go out to work like most women don't want to do.
There are plenty of other women waiting for him to be released from your clutch. You just upset that he moved on before your
Nasty, mean, uncooperative ass baby mamas. And them kids too. You made a mistake. It's okay. It's cheaper to just go start a new family that you're welcomed in. By the time you spend all that money in lawyer fees, child support, the time wasted, her busting tires off your car, and bail money, baby, just go start over somewhere else. Just build that relationship with that kid later on after you no longer have to deal with that. Because these men jump through way too many hoops because she's miserable and the plan didn't work. Whatever plan that she had, whatever plan that y'all had, didn't work out. Why are you cheating them babies out of a father? Because you mad. Now you mad at everybody. You mad at him, you mad at his mama, you mad at the sister, you mad at the kids, shit, you mad at everybody.
Listen, man, I say this to ladies, and a lot of ladies think like, listen, if you got multiple baby daddies and you ain't with none of them, or if you didn't have multiple failed relationships, clearly you got a lot to learn when it comes to men. So don't take this personal. There's millions of women who fall in the same category. That's only common sense. It's only common sense. You think if a woman got 2, 3, 4 baby daddies, and you really gonna be dumb enough to believe that she's not a part of the problem? So all the men were bad, and none of it is her fault. And none of it is their fault. I've met several women over the years with more than one baby daddy, and their failed relationships is never their fault. So if you've been in all these failed relationships and you're not with none of your baby daddies, clearly you have a lot to learn when it comes to men. And a lot of women don't want to accept the fact that they are clueless when it comes to men. They think because they got a little college education and this and that ain't got nothing to do with your understanding for men at all. If you meet a woman with multiple baby daddies, are you going to be dumb enough to believe that every man just done her wrong and she's not a part of the problem? Don't be stupid. Use common sense. Clearly, that woman has some issues herself. She's not real enough to admit that she has issues, but if you deal with her long enough, you're going to see those issues for yourself.
We know it's some dibbies, but that ain't who I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the women who make it almost impossible. Just let them go ahead. You and your kid, go ahead. When life start lifing and you need me, come back. And when
don't let these women who's had all these sex partners and baby daddies convince you that they're not a part of the problem. Because one thing women are good at, they're good at manipulating you through feelings, through emotions. That's their weapon. Women know how to manipulate you through feelings and emotions. But when you got this game, they can't do it. They can't charm and disarm you with feelings and emotions. Why? Because you see the truth.
Got some goddamn sense. But leave them alone. Just leave them bitches alone. Just go start your new family. It's cheaper. It's easy. It's more peaceful. You can go to work. You can go to sleep good at night.
And you know, like they said, man, only hit dogs holler. What I'm saying applies to millions of women in this country. Only hit dogs holler. The women who don't have baby daddies, the women who haven't been from relationship to relationship, baby daddy to baby daddy, they're not offended by anything that I'm saying. Why? Because what I'm saying doesn't apply to them. But when you think about the women who this does apply to, these are the main ones offended. They're the main ones sending emails. They're the main ones sending text messages. Why? Because what I'm saying applies to them, even though I'm not talking about them personally.
You got to worry about if your car gonna be bust out, the windows gonna be bust, eyes bust out. Baby mama talking about don't let down my mom, don't let her comb my daughter hair. Ain't nobody got time for that. You can't control your house and his house. Leave them in the dust. Everybody, them and their kids.
I know.
That woman actually made sense right there. That woman who was just speaking made sense. So, you know, you can deal with a woman who's logical, a woman who's responsible. Right? The reality of it is this, ladies. If you have multiple baby daddies and you're not with none of those men, the problem is you. I'm not saying that those men that you deal with wasn't problematic themselves, or what they say is, well, I was young. Well, why was you having sex when you was young then? See, a lot of ladies are trying to use that as an excuse. Well, I had my babies when I was young, but you was having sex when you was young. Why was you out here having sex as a teenager? Why did you put yourself in a position to get pregnant in the first place? Seriously, where's the accountability? I was young. No, they don't. That doesn't work. When you commit crimes as a young man, there's a place called juvenile. There's a place called prison and youth authority. You can't say, well, don't take me to jail because I'm young. For some reason, women think because they were young when they had these babies, that's an excuse. That's an excuse for them to escape accountability. So they'll say, well, I was young. Listen, nobody forced you to have. Why was you having sex in the first place when you was that young? Oh, because you were fast. You were sexually active at a young age and you was a fast little girl. But now she wants to tell you that her mistakes doesn't matter because it happened when she was young. I know tons of women who made that same excuse to escape accountability. Don't let them escape accountability, fellas. Don't let them do it.
Not getting on Beyonce's internet, telling people they are broke because they've taken their leftovers home from the restaurant. The leftovers they pay for. I know y'all not doing that. I know y'all not doing that. I know y'all not doing that. That's crazy. Actually, I'm trying not to be broke by eating my leftovers so I don't have to pay for more food. What is you talking about? The internet is so unserious.
Yeah, so you see there's more than a few things that they're worried about. That's nonsense, according to men, as we see it, right? Like, but I know a lot of guys are stuck with negative baby mamas, as she said, from a black woman. Ignore it, do your thing. Happened with me, but I went out. So
who comes up with the stuff, and I honest to God don't know what the obsession is with trying so hard to look like you have more money than you actually do. And the reason why I worded it that way is because it's typically the people who are not doing as well financially as they would like you to believe who come up with this stuff. Just enjoy the experience and stop trying to
Bless the Cash App, brothers, man. And we just having this conversation because we need to have these relationship conversations. How you gonna have black families if you don't have conversations about why the marriage rate is low? You see how a lot of these ladies think, and shout out to the women who don't think like this. The only women who have a problem with my content are the ones who are these are the ones who are these conversations apply to them. So they're the ones who have an issue with the things that I'm saying.
To act how you think people with money act. And when I say people with money, I'm not talking about real wealth. I'm talking about middle class rich. And granted, yes, I'm sure that there are some upper middle class people or people with money who feel that they're too good for leftovers, and maybe they just don't like eating leftovers, okay? Obviously, there's gonna be an exception. But just know that when your first instinct is to call someone broke for doing normal everyday behavior, you're telling on yourself.
Create other baby mamas and YNs, also known as young. And what's so ridiculous, these women actually believe that having children and just feeding their children makes them good parents. We're going to call it how it is. These women are functioning bums, and they're literally destroying the Black community from inside out. When you see all the dysfunction coming across your timeline, across your news feed, you see who it's coming from. It is coming from Black women, and it's coming from their children. And what's so sad about it all is they're raising their daughters to become a cum dumpster who will produce more BMs and more YNs. And this has nothing to do with like a war on Black women. This is a war on dysfunction. A majority of the dysfunction is coming from Black women and their children. And I know you guys are not going to want to hear the solution to this, but the solution is simple. Allow men back in the homes and allow room to be corrected.
Well, a man, you can't allow a man back in his own home. If a man got his own home, you can't put him out of his home. So I disagree with that. Like a woman can't put me out of my place because I live here. I make the rules, the lease is in my name. So a woman can't put me out of the home. So if a woman is in position to put you out of the home, that means you was a bum in the first place and nothing was in your name.
You heard what she said? Allow men back in the homes. They can't. And plus, men don't want to be in the homes. A lot of them are welfare women, but I'll say take that out of the picture, right? Because some aren't. But men want no parts. It has taken its toll. The damage, it's taken its toll to where, think about it. If a man wants to get back in the picture, that's all they want is the nutcases. That's all they want is the drug dealers, the scam. It's crazy because you see it all the time. What do they want? I'll tell you like this, right? When I was in New York, I grew up in Southside. And when I would go over there, I wasn't anyone's top choice because I was a suburb. I knew
help them, a lot of them push them away. They take advantage of people. They use them for money, never pay people back, saying, oh,
Yeah, a lot of these single mothers, they're always borrowing money because, and I know it's hard raising a kid on your own, so they struggle financially. So a lot of these single mothers are borrowing money. They're too opinionated. They think they're smarter than what they really are. Their lifestyle doesn't reflect that they're smart. The fact that they have multiple baby daddies and they're not with any of them, and on top of that, they've been through failed relationships. Their lifestyle doesn't reflect that they're intelligent or smart. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of these ladies outsmart themselves and put themselves in a worse position that they was already in the first place. Man, let's continue.
oh, I got a child, my kid comes first, but yet you got bundles and your nails done before you pay somebody back the baby. You're going to go and have a baby, and that magically you're going to get this help out of nowhere. You're not. And then come to social media complaining about how you don't have a village. Baby, you didn't have nobody before the baby. Nobody liked your ass before the baby. And then the ones that do have a village, because people are willing to help them, a lot of them push them away. They take advantage of people. They use them for money, never pay people back, saying, oh, I got a child, my kid comes first, but yet you got bundles and your nails done before you pay somebody back that helped you pay for diapers and formula because your baby daddy's probably dusty and doesn't help out as much.
This woman right here is smart, man. I like her. She's saying things that actually make sense. She's holding women accountable, and she's logical and she's holding women accountable. She's telling you, no, you was already, some of these ladies are not easy to deal with. They're too argumentative, they're overly opinionated, and they believe that they're smarter than what they are. And their life choices doesn't reflect that they're smart. Their bad decision making has put them in this situation that they're in the first place. They got a bum for a baby daddy. different baby daddies. They're not with none of them, but they expect for a man who's not the father of their children to provide for them financially. These women are delusional, and they have behavioral issues. They have emotional, psychological, and financial issues. These ladies bring way too many problems for the table. They bring way too many problems to the table for any man to deal with them.
And then come to social media complaining about how you don't have a village. Baby, you didn't have nobody before the baby. Nobody liked you and thought that you're just going to go and have a baby and that magically you're going to get this help out of nowhere. You're not. And then come to social media complaining about how you don't have a village. Baby, you didn't have nobody before the baby. Nobody liked your ass before the baby. And then the ones that do have a village, because people are willing to help them, a lot of them push them away. They take advantage of people. They use them for money, never pay people back, saying, oh, I got a child, you know, my kid comes first, but yet you got bundles and your nails done before you pay somebody back that helped you pay for diapers and formula because your baby daddy's probably dusty and doesn't help out as much. So there's this young lady on here. She don't have no kids, but she decided that she was going to be a real one and help her friend out who was a single mother. She's watched her kid on multiple occasions, she said, and this particular time she decided that she wanted to drop her kid off to her last minute. She was reluctant because she said she was just chilling at the house. The friend didn't even really ask. She was just like, I'm going to drop the baby off to you because you at home. She told her that's not cool, but needless to say, she went ahead and watched this lady child anyway.
See, one thing you know about the women, they're either going to be the victim or the victor. They're either going to be the victor or the victim. And none of her failed relationships is her fault. It's always the man's fault. That's why there's no room for self-improvement, because in her mind, she don't believe that anything is she doesn't believe that anything is her fault. And if she did truly believe something was her fault, she would have made adjustments before she got with you. So you got some women that say, okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but they're still doing the same things. Their actions doesn't reflect that she truly believes that she's doing something wrong, because if she truly believed that she was doing something wrong, she would make adjustments. She would look in the mirror, she would go back to the scoreboard, go back to the drawing board, and she would make adjustments to move forward. So don't listen to what a woman tells you. Don't listen to what well, you can listen to what she tells you, but pay closer attention to her actions. That's going to tell you the full story, because if she truly believed that she was doing something wrong, you will see a difference in their behavior patterns. And as a result of that, and if she was really doing that, she would get better results. Let me say that. She would get better results if she went back to the drawing board to change some things in her personal life. Most of these women don't feel like they're doing anything wrong, which means there's no room for self-improvement, because in her mind, she's not doing anything wrong. The problems are with the men. The problem is not with her. And a lot of these chicks, unfortunately, believe that. And that's why they'll never make progress. There's no room for self-improvement.
Now, she really told her homegirl, you know, just watch the baby from 6 to 10:30 for me. I'm going to go link up with this man that I met on Instagram. I need some time. She was like, yeah, girl, okay, go ahead, do your thing. You know, I don't want this to be like a reoccurring thing where you just think like last minute because I say I'm at the crib, you can just drop your baby off, because this ain't that. And respectfully so. Well, this girl overstepped her boundaries and did not come back to get her child till 1:30 in the morning, being loud and probably half tipsy and probably had a sticky, stinky cooch down there, okay? Because what is you doing? You got a baby, girl. Come get your baby. So her friend checked her on her behavior and let her know, like, you know, this isn't acceptable. Well, needless to say, some words were exchanged between these two ladies, and she woke up and she was blocked. The friend woke up and she said she was blocked on every social media account by the single mother. Now, fast forward, she blocked, but they got mutual friends, and she see one of the mutual friends out in public. She's like, yeah, you know, what's going on with you and old girl? And she's like, you know, told her the situation about her dropping her baby off and all this other stuff. Would y'all believe that she said that the girl told her, like, well, she out here telling the story, like, you begged to keep her child, and then at the last minute, switched up on her. And I'm just like, in what world is anybody begging to watch anybody kid? That's almost like weird. Like, what you mean she was begging to watch your child?
Nobody's begging to watch anybody's child.
Now, trust and believe the baby mama is going to need that girl before she need her. In this world,
I had to stop it. Sorry, y'all, but they're starting to see why black men are giving up. This is what men are dealing with. This is what men are leaving behind. And men are not going across these waters talking about black women, right? Because when I met my wife, I don't know, some people, because when I met my wife, I had nothing to say about black women. So, but this is what guys are dealing with, and they're done. So many men are done. As you see, the ladies are done. So many of you are done with that kind of behavior. You understand now.
This world of weirdos, the people that are willing to watch your kid that you can trust, you need to keep them happy. You need to be nice to these people. Do not take advantage of these people, because she is not going to need you to go to an interview. She's not going to need you to go have a mental health break. She's not going to need you to go get her some D. It's the other way around, baby. And when you push people away that are willing to help you, you are going to suffer. And y'all really need to be.
See, a lot of men in the pro-black conscious community, they're gonna say that this is bashing. No, these guys are just simps who are too afraid. They're too afraid to tell women the truth. They're too afraid to be honest with women. So they pretend like these situations don't exist. Or what they'll say, they'll try to pretend like it's only a small minority of black women with these problems. So they, in other words, they'll say it's not worth talking about because this mentality only affects a small percentage of black women. Those are the lies that these conscious pro-black simps tell themselves. This is the excuse that they make for not holding women in our community accountable for having this mindset, for having this behavior. Oh, it's only a small percentage of black women who act like this. Therefore, it isn't worthy of talking about. Nah, shut your ass up, fool. It ain't just a small minority. Anything over 50% is the majority. So these pro-black simps will make excuses to not address these issues in the community. Because you know what they're going to say? This is gender war content. And da-da-da-da. Man, shut your simp ass up, fool. We know you afraid to. We know that you're too afraid to correct black women. Even if this information could actually help black women if they take heed to it and say, damn, I didn't realize I was doing those things. I didn't realize I was being selfish. I didn't realize that I didn't care about what the man was going through. I only gave a damn about what was beneficial to me. A lot of these single mothers don't even realize that they selfish. Some of them do, but then a lot of them don't because they've been indoctrinated to think this way. So they don't take time to look at themselves. They don't take time to self-reflect, which is why there's no room for progress if you never take the time to self-reflect.
Held accountable. Y'all baby daddies don't even be wanting to help you, but yet you will expect your best friend to drop everything like she your baby daddy and help you, and then talk crazy to them if they don't. Y'all need to be held accountable. Y'all scream community, screaming, help, I need this, I need that, my mental health, my mental this. But you're probably the reason you're in that situation. And as a mom myself who has mom friends, I'm telling you, a lot of times it be your own fault. You don't have a good relationship with your family. A lot of times it be your own fault. You don't have a good relationship with your neighbors and your friends. And you swear you don't trust nobody. But just in reality, don't nobody like you. Don't nobody want to help you. And that's just what it is sometimes with some women. Some of y'all need to be held accountable. You have no community because you're a terrible person. Just saying.
But that's how they were raised. Seriously. Another lady said it. You know, they're raised and they raise the same kids just like them because their mama was like that. So it's a vicious cycle. It's sad to see, actually. It is. And it's not even women in the hood only because most of the people on welfare actually are whites, but they have a hood mentality too.
Stop giving yourself up and having babies by these men who don't.
Now, who want to listen to a woman who's doing a video with a bonnet on her head? Like, come on, man. At least the least you could do is do your damn hair. Do something for your hair. Do something to your hair before you get on video talking and running your mouth.
They're going to keep getting you pregnant and running through you and you don't see it. You're stuck in a trap. It's a trap.
Sure is. Woman, anything, it would be to save yourself until marriage. Stop having premarital sex with these men. Stop giving yourself up and having babies by these men who don't intend on marrying you, who don't really like you for real. They just like what they can get from you. Stop. Also, if you aren't where you need to be, you don't even need to be thinking about it. If I could go back, I would definitely do things differently. I love my 2 children, and I'm not gonna lie, I needed them. They helped me and they're helping me become who I need to be for real. But baby, if I could do things differently, I would be waiting. I waited until I was 20 years old to have sex with a man. 19, 20, whatever. And if I could go back, y'all, I would not do that. I would have just waited until I got married. Somebody told me, matter of fact, it was my daughter's father, mom. She said, you got to be careful who you have kids with. And baby, when I tell you she is right, she is right.
We all know that black women don't want to get married until their 30s. So they have a lot of sex in their teen years. They have a lot of sex in their 20s. They're still having a lot of sex in their 30s. So black women feel like they can accumulate all these bodies, and they feel like they can get married in their 30s after they become single mothers and they've accumulated several bodies because they didn't have all these sex partners, right? By the time a black woman hits her 30s, that's when she want to get married, but she already has babies by other men by the time she reaches her 30s. And a lot of men are not willing to settle for that. It's like, I don't need to wife a woman up in her 30s who already has babies. I want a woman that's in her prime. I don't want a woman with a high body count, because a woman with a high body count is psychologically damaged from all the men that she slept with, from all the men that she didn't gave her energy to. That's the reality. So a lot of these women think they can have sex with different men in their 20s, and they're still having sex with different men in their 30s, but they don't want to get married till they hit their 30s. And by that time, they're coming to the table with children by other men if you meet them and she's already in her 30s. So if you want to know why a lot of black women ain't getting married, there's no accountability for the woman. Listen, homie, 53% of black men don't have children, right? And 40+% of black men do have children. Out of that 40+% of black men who do have children, half of those men are active in their children's lives. The problem is this: a lot of these women are sharing the same baby daddies. So they'll hop on the internet and say that men ain't this and men ain't that. But most of these women are sharing the same baby daddies. Your baby daddy got a baby with other women. Listen, successful men are not wifing up women in their 30s who are coming to the table with children from other men. Successful men or means they're not doing that. That's a contributing factor to why marriages are low. Because men who do have the money to provide for a family, who do have the money to provide for a woman and children, they're not wifing up these single moms. And unfortunately, black women don't want to get married to their 30s. So the dating pool is oversaturated with single mothers in their 30s that already got children by other men. Unfortunately, in the black community, the dating market is oversaturated with women like that. It really is.
You have to make sure that this man, first of all, is going to put a ring on your finger, and y'all have.
Now I can see if this woman was beautiful, young, submissive in her prime, and she said, put a ring on my finger. I said it before. Black women wait until their 30s before they want to get married. By that time, they had already had multiple baby daddies. Why would I want to provide for a woman that's coming to the table with children from other men? Why would I pay for that? Why would I didn't work hard my whole life to pay for that? Your children is another man's responsibility. And black women wait until they're 30. They wait until they get in their 30s to want to get married. And her children is another man's responsibility. It'd be one thing if these women had low body counts, they was in their prime, and they was looking to get married in their 20s. That's when they was looking to start a family. No, what they do is they'll have babies out of wedlock, have babies by men who don't want to marry them, have babies with men who didn't marry them. Now that she's in her 30s, she's looking for an honest, hardworking man to provide for her children, and her children is another man's responsibility. No, thank you, homie.
Have, babies after, right? But you have to know the history of that family dynamic. You have to know if this person is mentally stable. You even have to go and see if you are right. It's like we're out here just.
See, one thing you don't see men with children doing, Men with children are not asking women to provide for their children. Most of the time, the children live with their mother. So he has more room and more freedom to do things that he wants to do. Now, he might provide financially, but most of the time, the state is going to give the children to the mother. And men with children are not asking women to provide for their children. They're not asking that. Single mothers for the most. Now, let's say you meet a woman who says, well, my baby daddy provides for the children. I don't need a man to provide for my children. Yes, but I still got to deal with another man that's going to be in my business. And a woman who makes her own money that already has baby daddy, she's not going to be feminine. She's not going to be submissive. She's not looking for a husband. She's looking for a partner. She's not looking for a man that she can submit to. She's looking for a partner. She's looking for an equal partner. I didn't work my whole life to become successful to deal with a woman who's not feminine and submissive. You beta males can have them bras, man. You beta males could have them females. I don't want some masculine woman who feels like she don't need to listen to me because she makes her own money. I would never take a woman like that serious. Women like that are for sex only. They're not for marriage. They're not for relationships. Independent women who feel like they don't need to listen to no man because they make their own money. Women like that are for sex only. They're not for marriage. They're not for relationships.
Procreating, and it's nothing wrong with that, y'all. It's nothing wrong with the babies, but listen, it's better when babies are made from a household that is together. Children should not have to see their parents going back and forth, bickering, texting each other, cursing out each other, fighting each other, just going through all of that. They should not have to go through this, y'all. I'm literally sitting in my car just regretting the person that I had a baby with. God had tried getting me out of that relationship for so long, and then I had a baby, but I'm so grateful that I had my baby girl. But
And listen, man, this is why a lot of people don't respect the conscious black men, because they're too afraid to correct black women on simple things like this. They're too afraid to correct black women on with simple conversations like this. You guys know that these black women don't want to get married until they reach their 30s. And by that time, they already have babies by other men. A man who's getting his money, a man who's successful, you got good credit. Why would you want to wife up somebody else's baby mama when you can get a woman with no children and start your family from scratch? Seriously. So by the time black women want to get married, the majority of men with common sense don't want to marry them. So then you got people complaining about the low marriage rates in the black community, but nobody's holding these women accountable for being promiscuous in their prime years. Then all of a sudden they think they can get married in their 30s and they're baby mamas by the time they reach their 30s with children by other men. Men with common sense are not looking to marry women like that. It's not because you're black. It's because you made foolish decisions and you think that a man with good credit that has his life together, you think that he's really looking to wife up somebody else's baby mom. You're not going to find Russell Wilson. Let me tell you something, ladies. You are not Sierra and you're not going to find a Russell Wilson. It's not going to happen.
like I said, the children do not deserve a broken home. They just do not. So my best advice for you, young woman, is to wait until marriage, to wait until you got it together. That's why I don't blame people.
So you can tell women to wait until marriage, but we know black women think they can wait until their 30s. And a lot of them already have babies and baby daddies. Successful men are not looking to wife up somebody else's baby mama. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, I'm not sorry. I'm just being honest.
Over 20, over 30 saying, oh, I don't have children. Great. You're waiting until marriage, and that's the best thing you could do.
I had to stop it right there. Why? Why did I stop it?
See, and then there's another problem with that too. Women say, well, wait till marriage. A lot of these women are not fit for marriage, man. If you look at their mothers and how terrible some of their mothers were, and you look at the nonsense of their daughter, and you look at the nonsense that they indoctrinated their daughters with, a lot of these women ain't fit for marriage. If you take a woman who was if you take a chick that was raised by her mother and her mother was a feminist, and she had an absent father, she's not fit for marriage. She never seen a healthy relationship in her life. So what makes you think she's going to be a suitable wife for you? Her mother was a feminist. Her mother filled her head up with nonsense. Her father was absent. What makes you think a woman like that is qualified to be anybody's wife? That's the conversation that we're not having. Every woman is not fit for marriage, but don't nobody want to talk about that. Unfortunately, a lot of these females who want to be married, they are not fit to be anybody's wives. And if you don't believe me, just listen to the stupid crap they say. Then you will say, damn, Red has a point. I met a lot of women who want to get married, but they are not marriage material. I know a lot of people who want to go to Harvard, a lot of people who want to go to Yale, but a lot of them ain't qualified to go to Harvard or Yale. Their grades ain't good enough, right? Or whatever the situation may be. A lot of these ladies who want to be married, they're not fit to be anybody's wife. They are not qualified. See, nobody has a problem telling a man what he don't deserve if he ain't making money, if he ain't being productive. But nobody is being honest with these women by telling them, unfortunately, baby, you're not really fit to be anybody's wife. You're not fit to be anybody's wife. You got a whole lot to learn when it comes to life. You got a whole lot to learn when it comes to men. Your money and education doesn't make you a better woman. Let me say this to black women and women in general. Your education and money does not make you a better woman. Your education and money does not make you wife material. And I've been breaking that down for many moons on this platform. Black women have been deceived and fooled into believing that education and money somehow makes them wife material. You're sadly mistaken.
Because you ladies need to watch what men are saying. I'm saying it once again. You need to do both. You need to, if you ladies want to get the degree, go ahead and get your degree, but also keep yourself humble. I know a lot of you don't want to help a man.
Bless the Cash App if you haven't already. And a lot of these ladies will say,
and boom,
I don't want to be in a 50-50 relationship, but you're paying 100%. Your baby daddy ain't helping you with the child that you got. You're paying 100%, but you don't want to be in a 50-50 relationship. It means she don't want to split half of the rent and half of the bills. Even though she's a single mother coming to the table with another man's child, and your child is another man's responsibility, but you got the nerve to say that you don't want a 50-50 relationship. As if a man who's not the father of your children is going to come in and pay 100% and provide for another man's family. Talk about, damn, man, when you talk about unrealistic expectations, now you wonder why so many of these women ain't married. A lot of these women wait until they become single mothers. Now all of a sudden they got high standards. Your value has lowered, but your standards has elevated, but your value is lowered. That doesn't make any sense. That is a conflict of interest. Imagine a woman coming to the dating scene in her 30s. She didn't require marriage from none of the men that she got pregnant by. But now she's going to come to you later in life in her 30s, financial issues, mental and psychological issues. Now she's going to demand more from the men who are not her child's father, or he's not the father of her children. She's going to demand more from them men. But the men who she gave babies to, she didn't require any of those men to marry her. But she's going to require that you marry her, and you're not the father of her children. You got to be a sucker and a fool if you fall for that. Let me tell you something, ladies. You can't demand more from men once your value has lowered. Because once you get in your 30s and you got baby daddies, your value is way lower than it was before you had children. And that's something that ladies don't want to accept. They don't want to deal with the facts. They don't want to deal with the reality. Now that you're in your 30s and you have children by other men, your value has lowered, but now you want to elevate your standards. What? Your standards should have been higher before you had children. You don't get to have higher standards now that you're in your 30s and you got babies by other men. You ain't got the right to have no higher standards once your value has lowered. That doesn't make any sense.
Degrees. It's here. It's extreme. Extreme.
The reality of it is this, man. Mental health issues is real in our community. A lot of these single mothers, they're suffering from mental health issues, and not just single mothers. A lot of women, unfortunately, nowadays are suffering from mental health issues. They'll never admit that. You just got to have enough common sense to see it for what it is. You got to have a mental health issue. You in your 30s, you got baby daddies, and now you got the nerve to have more standards after your value has lowered. Your value has been lowered, but now you have higher standards now that you're in your 30s and you a single mom. That is ass backwards. That doesn't make any sense. You want to talk about unrealistic expectations? There it is.
Men are here in the middle. Extreme.
Shout out to the deacon in the chat, man. I had to do this content, man, because there's way too many delusional women in the black community in the dating market. Then you got these simple-minded people asking how come marriage in the black community is so low. Well, I'm giving you a prime example of why it's so low. The dating game in the black community, when you look at these single moms and these women that I'm showing, the dating market in the black community is oversaturated with women like this. If you don't believe me, get out there for yourself and you will see. It don't matter how educated they are, they're still delusional. The women who are not educated, they're delusional. So the educated women are delusional and the uneducated women are delusional. Education does not give women a better understanding of men. Money does not give women a better understanding of men. I don't care how much money she has or how educated she is clueless when it comes to men. In most cases, anything over 50% represents the majority.
That's what's wrong with society nowadays.
Get on your Zoom. Do what you got to do for you. And when that perfect person come in your life, that person that's made for you, come into your life, y'all can. Then you all will have beautiful babies. But just wait for now. Wait till that person come that's going to love you.
Let me tell you something, man. If a woman was smart, she would deal with a man that and they could split the bills. Because I'm gonna be real with you. If a woman is making $50,000 a year and you're making $50,000 a year as a man, just think about all the things you guys could accomplish if you bring your money together. So now you guys are making $100,000 a year, and let's say you guys grind for 2 years and you save your money. That actually makes sense. Because a man is making $50,000 and a woman is making $50,000. If they came together, now they're making $100,000. Within 2 or 3 years, they could become millionaires if they're working and putting their money together. But women don't see the bigger picture. Why? Because they've been fooled with all of this propaganda, foolish nonsense that they see in the media. I don't want a 50-50 relationship, but you're paying 100% and you're struggling because you're a single mother. Go ahead and pay 100% if you got a problem with paying 50%. 50% is half of the load off of your back. So if you guys were putting your money together, now you're making $100,000 a year. Y'all can take $20,000 and start a business and have other investments. Within 2 years, you could have a $500,000, a $250,000, or whatever. You're making progress. You're making progress for the future. You're elevating in society because you and your man were smart enough to put your money together so that y'all can have a better lifestyle. But a lot of these women ain't smart enough to do that. You're making $50,000. He's making $50,000. Y'all need to be putting y'all money together. Now you're bringing $100,000 in that house. You're bringing $100,000 to that household now. Say like your rent is only $1,800 a month. And a lot of you get the picture.
And treat you right. And if you had a baby before marriage, that's okay. Everything happens for a reason. But learn your lesson. Get close to Jesus. These women are paying 100% of their bills, and they got the nerve to talk about no 50-50. Okay, well, pay 100. You a struggling single mother, continue to pay 100. You're the one that's going to suffer in the end, not the men. Just build your relationship with him. Learn who you are. Learn what your purpose is on this earth. When a woman come on social media with a bun-at, man, you ain't got no damn business listening to anything she has to say. She's disqualified based on appearance alone.
And if you consider the foolish things that she's saying, she's really she's not qualified, man.
Money and get some business about yourself and wait for that perfect man to come.
That is right. She said that's roommating. Okay, listen. That's roommating. No, that's called working together. That's called working together. Now, Capricorn Love said that's roommating. Okay, if a woman, let me ask you something, ladies, and let me show you how foolish this individual is. If a woman's already paying 100% by herself, why would she have a problem with a man paying half of her bills and half of her rent? That doesn't make any sense. See, that foolish mentality is going to keep black women lonely, and they're going to continue to be single mothers. What sense does that make? I don't care about you not having kids. I don't know you personally. I'm speaking to women in general. A lot of these women are already single mothers. They have children by other men. Why would a man pay 100% to provide for a family and her children is another man's responsibility? Why would a man come in and pay 100% for that? And she's coming to the table with children from other men. Why would I want to pay 100% for a woman that's bringing children to the table that she didn't have by another man? Her children is another man's responsibility. I am not paying 100% for that. No, sir. Let's deal with this. So women believe in becoming single mothers and struggling, but they don't believe in paying 50% of the bill. See, this is how foolish these women are. Well, shout out to Black Man Rising. Shout out to Black Man Rising. I appreciate you, Black. He said women don't believe in splitting bills 50-50 with a man because they're too stupid and selfish. They don't understand they're already paying 100%. Shout out to the Black Man Rising. You're already paying 100% by yourself. You got a problem with a man paying half of the bills and half of the rent, but you're paying 100% and you a struggling single mother? You're crazy. You need to keep struggling because you don't have enough common sense. Shout out to the Black Man Rising for dropping that in the chat. I don't want to pay 50%. I don't want to pay 50-50, but you're paying 100% and you a struggling single mom with a deadbeat for a baby daddy. You got a deadbeat for a baby daddy. You're struggling paying 100%, but you got a problem with a man paying half of the rent and half of the bills. These women are crazy, foolish, and delusional. Shout out to Scoop for saying that. Scoop said 36 with no kids is not a flex. It means you struggle to find a husband at your advanced age. Bingo. Shout out to Scoop. That means that you are struggling to find a husband at your advanced age. Being 36 with no children is not a flex. That means that you are struggling to find a husband at your advanced age. But you know what she's going to say? I can't find a man on my level. I can't find a man good enough. No, the men who are good enough don't want you. The men who are good enough don't want you. That's the reality that you don't want to deal with. There's plenty of men with their money together and good credit. And guess what? They don't want women like you. Listen, let me tell you guys something. If you see a woman that's 36 years old, that's beautiful and submissive, somebody would have already took her off of the market. The fact that she's 36 and not married, that proves that there's something wrong with her, but she'll never admit that. You just got to be smart enough to see it for yourself, but she'll never admit that in a million years that she's part of the problem. You're 36, you still haven't found a husband at your advanced age. The problem is you, but you'll never admit that. She'll never admit that. So being 36 with no children, that means that you're damn near 40 and you still haven't found a husband. The problem is you. But no, she'll never admit that she's the problem. She'll never admit that she's the problem. You're not married to anybody. Listen, I'm pretty sure black men don't want you because there's plenty of suitable black men out there. And guess what? They don't want you. You're not married to anybody. If this woman was in a healthy relationship with a productive man, she would already be married at the age of 36 and she would already have children. Listen, if you meet a woman that's 36, right? and she don't have no children, and she still ain't married, something is wrong with that woman, man. No white man has married her and put children in her. No black man has married her or put children in her. If you see a good woman that's in their 30s with no children, she's beautiful and submissive, somebody gonna scoop that woman up. The fact that nobody has scooped her up tells me that she's part of the problem. She's not a good woman. Now, she'll try to convince you that she is a good woman, but if you have common sense, you know that she is not.
What's your advice to men who want to be good fathers, but they can't see their kids because of the relationship with the mother?
Yeah.
What's your advice to that man?
Have another family.
Black men don't have a biological clock. Let me tell you, lady, something. A man that's 36 with no children is more valuable than a woman at 36 with no children. Why? Because men don't have a biological clock. A woman at 36 is already at high risk. She's already high risk pregnancy. A 36-year-old woman is already high risk pregnancy. A man that's 36, there's no such thing as a high risk man who wants to have babies, but there is a such thing as a high risk woman, especially a woman that's over 35. See, if you women was smart, you would think about the things that you're saying before you say it. A man that's 36 on the dating scene has more value than a woman that's 36 on the dating scene. That's the reality. Oh, any woman over 35, she's high risk pregnancy. Men and women, we are not the same. Men get better with age. Unfortunately, women don't. Women do not get better at age. Men get better with age.
Start another family.
Yeah, have another children.
So
you're going to do it anyway. It's just nobody tells the truth. If you don't
And then a lot of these women then had a lot of abortions, and they're not going to tell you that. These chicks with a lot of babies, and then some chicks who don't have babies, some of these chicks then already had multiple abortions. A lot of these chicks have deleted their babies already. So they'll tell you, I don't have any children. And when they say that, listen, it don't matter if she don't have children, or even if she does. You need to ask these women, how many abortions did you have? But don't speak against abortions, because if you speak against abortion, she's going to lie to you, and she's going to find an excuse to not answer that question. So when you ask her that question, you got to ask her, you got to be cool, you got to be cool, calm, and collective about it. So that she feels comfortable being honest with you. Because if a woman doesn't feel comfortable being honest with you, she's going to keep those skeletons in her closet, and she's going to find an excuse to not share that information with you. So if you want a woman to tell you the truth, you need to just be cool, calm, and collective. Don't ask her, listen, you can't make it seem like, don't make it seem like you're judging her. Because if she feels like you're judging her, she's not going to be honest with you. You want the woman to get comfortable, so where she feels comfortable answering these tough questions. Well, it shouldn't even be a tough question, but women know that they're going to be judged for the amount of men they slept with. They know they're going to be judged if they talk about the abortions that they had. So in a lot of cases, they'll try their best to keep those secrets to themselves. But if you're going to deal with a woman and take her serious, it's very important that you know her sexual history. If you're going to take her serious. Now, if you're just dating her and sleeping with her, who cares? You're not trying to go nowhere with the woman anyway. But if you take this woman serious, you need to know her. You need to know her sexual history. You need to know if she had any abortions. You need to know all of that if you're going to date this woman and take her serious.
Your kid, you wish them the best. The mama got control. And you got to come to grips with it. You can't be knocking on the door, screaming, let me see my seed and all that. You got to be cold with it, dog.
The Capricorn lady, she don't even have a white man. Look, where's the white man that wants to deal with you? Where's your white husband? You're 36 with no children. You're a high-risk pregnancy. You're 36 years old. You're not married, and you don't have no children. Why? Because there's something wrong with you. Clearly, there's something wrong with you. That's why nobody ain't took you off of the market yet. That woman right there, that Capricorn love, is damaged goods. She's high-risk pregnancy, and she is damaged goods. That's the reason why no man has scooped her up already. She's damaged goods. No man with common sense wants her for anything outside of sex.
In your head, you're like, you know what? you and that child
Mm.
have
Oh my
another
gosh.
family.
That's hard.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
You can't say, well, maybe the man wanted her to have an abortion. Most of these women feel like they ain't gonna listen to no man. So you're gonna let a man tell you you need to have an abortion when you don't listen to what men tell you in the first place? Nah, man, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. Shout out to Afro Merchant for the Cash App. Shout out to Scoop for the Cash App, right? Shout out to the Deacon and I forget who else who blessed the super chat.
I have another. You got to be. Yeah.
What's your advice to that man?
Have another family.
Start another family.
Yeah, have other children.
So-
You're going to do it anyway. It's just nobody tells the truth. If you don't see your kid, you wish them the best. The mama got control, and you got to come to grips with it. You can't be knocking on the door, screaming, "Let me see my seed."
She said, who said I wanted kids? And guess what? A man don't want you. A man don't want you. Your sole purpose on being on planet Earth is to reproduce. That's why God gave you reproductive organs. So if you're not going to do that, then you're worthless. You're just worth a good time. See, what she's saying is, now I know I'm 36 and I'm a high risk pregnancy. Who said I wanted kids anyway? That ain't nothing but a defense mechanism so that she doesn't have to be held accountable. That ain't nothing but a defense mechanism, right? A woman who's damn near 40 with no children is not serving her purpose on planet Earth. God put you here to multiply. I'm not saying that's your only purpose, but that is your main purpose. See, women always look for these defense mechanisms. Well, who said I wanted children? She know what I'm saying is true. So in order to avoid accountability, well, who said I want kids anyway? That's the only thing that she could say in her defense. It's see-through, just like looking out of the window.
And all that, you got to be cold with it, dog. In your head, you're like, you know what? You and that child.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for the super chat, Capricorn Love. You watch me all the time. Continue to keep watching. You know, all I'm saying is this, man. When you black women don't want to get married until they hit their 30s. By that time, they already have children by other men. And successful men who are in a position to provide for a family, they're not looking to wife up single mothers that's in their 30s that already have children by other men. Successful men have better options than that. They can get younger women with no children. So why would they settle for a woman who's coming to the table with children from another man, and her children is another man's responsibility? You will be a fool to provide financially. You will be a fool to provide 100% for another man's family. Her child is another man's responsibility. Always understand that, brothers. Her child is another man's responsibility, not yours.
Another family.
That's hard.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And that child, I have another family.
But
That's tough.
That's not fair to the kid.
The
when
kid,
they get
yeah.
older.
What about the
Let
little
me say,
man?
you live
Little
long enough in life, nothing is fair, player.
Yeah.
Nah,
Nothing
I
is
get
fair.
that, but it's not fair to the kid.
Yeah,
I have to suffer because you said me because the
It
situation
depends
with my mom.
now. Like I said, if it was a one night stand, depends. If you was if the father was in a relationship with the mother for years and the father abandoned you.
And listen, the craziest thing that you can ever see is a woman that's already in her 30s, right? And she got different baby daddies. And you're such a fool. You're so thirsty because you want to sleep with the woman. You let that woman convince you that she's not the problem, even though she ain't been married to none of her baby daddies. Ain't none of those men stuck around. She's not in a relationship with none of the men that she had children with, and none of those men married her. Are you dumb enough to believe that she's not the problem? Are you really that foolish? A woman is in her 30s with multiple baby daddies. She is the problem. She didn't have several chances to get this right. Failed relationship, baby daddy, baby daddy, baby daddy, baby daddy. She ain't with none of them. That woman is toxic. That woman has problems. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. Don't let them tell you no different. When these women got to pay all the bills, struggle financially, the father is not around. The father ain't taking some of the load off of her back. That woman is stressed out. That is a traumatizing experience for a chick to be a single mother, especially in 2025 with rent increasing, with the cost of living increasing. And she's carrying the whole load by herself, trying to provide for this child as a single mother. That alone is a traumatic experience. On top of the negative relationships that she didn't have. Listen, if a woman got multiple baby daddies, one of them dudes and went upside of her head. Somebody didn't went upside of her head. She's traumatized as a result of her bad relationships. Don't let these women convince you that they're not going to bring a gang of problems to the table, because they are. These single mothers have mood swings. A lot of times their expectations is unrealistic. They expect you to do more for her child than the baby daddy did. That, and her child is another man's responsibility. So why would you provide financially? Now, if you want to help the woman, because that's on you. If you decide you want to help her with bills, that's on you. You do that at your own risk. But if I ain't even gonna say that, because it's like, why? Think about it like this. If you a man with your paper together, right? And you know, you can move freely and go wherever you want to go, right? You don't need to move in with a woman because you got your own place. Then on the flip side, why would you move a woman in your house and she has children by another man? That doesn't make sense either. Think about it, fellas. You got your money together. You can pay your own rent, your bills, your house is in your name. You got your own vehicle. Why would you move a woman in your house and she has a child by another man? You don't need to move in her house, but why would you let her move in yours? Think about that. What's the benefit of you moving a woman in your house and she's coming to the table with children or a child from another man? What is the benefit for you? You was already paying your bills before she came in the picture. You don't need her to help you pay bills. So what benefit do you get by moving this woman in your crib and she's coming to the table with another man's child or another man's children or other men's children? Because maybe she got multiple baby daddies. Who knows?
Different story.
I'm talking about the man who's a good man. He want to be in the kid's life.
Yeah.
But the
Let
mom.
me ask you, brother, something in the comment section. And I know a lot of ladies gonna get mad at this content because they don't like to hear this. They don't like for me to put these brothers up on game. They don't like for us to share this valuable knowledge and information. To any one of you brothers in the comment section, I'm speaking to the brothers with good credit who make decent money. You got your own place, you living good. You got good credit, you make decent money. Would you move a woman in your house and she got children from another man or a child by another man? Would you move a single mother in your house? See, I want the ladies to hear what men really think, because a lot of these ladies are clueless to what men really think, because the men who are trying to sleep with them are not going to be honest with them. So you know what a lot of these ladies say? I don't hear men talking like this in real life. Yeah, because they want to have sex with you. That's why they're not being honest with you, because they want to have sex with you. You need to start listening to men who are not trying to have sex with you, because the men who don't want to have sex with you, those are the men who are being honest with you. A man who's actively pursuing you is not going to be honest with you, because he knows if he tells you the truth, you're not going to give up that box. Now, after he gets the box, that's when he's going to start telling you the truth. But in the beginning, when he's pursuing you to have sex, he's not going to be honest with you. He's going to tell you what you want to hear. He's going to tell you what you want to hear because he want to get the box. That's the reality, ladies. Hit the like button and support this game, family. Now, to all you men that's in the comment section right now, you got good credit. You got your own place. You can travel when you want. You getting money. You got a good career. You got a good job or whatever. You make decent income. Would you move a single mother in your household as a man that got his money and you got your money in order, your credit is decent, life is good? Would you move a single mother in your crib? She's bringing children that's not yours. Would you move a woman like that in your house? You don't need to move in with her because you got your own place. But would you allow that woman to move in with you and she got children by another man? That is a simple question. I am looking for a simple answer. Give me some feedback in the comments.
It's just making it
Yeah.
super difficult.
So then you wait till that child grows up.
Yep. Wait till it grows up. You saw another lady say it.
See, I want these ladies to know how men really think. You got good credit, a decent job. Would you move a single mother in your house? This is what you got to consider. Single mothers are struggling financially, so you're going to relieve you're going to relieve a lot of that financial burden off of her back, because now she don't have to struggle to pay all these bills. She ain't got to struggle to pay all this rent. And you have to consider this. If she got a baby daddy, and a lot of times the baby daddy, even if he's not dating her, he's not too far away. You always going to have another man in your business. You're taking on a woman who has financial issues. You're taking on a woman who's psychologically damaged and emotionally damaged, right? Because any chick that's a single mom has psychological damage. She's dealing with some type of psychological dysfunction. When a woman has baby daddies and failed relationship, that is a traumatizing experience. Don't let them tell you no different. Which one of you men in the comment section, you got all your stuff together, credit good, decent income, you got a nice place, you live in a decent community, would you move a single mother in your house? Simple question.
He's saying the same thing. That's the only option.
Divorce, women are not just gonna leave for free. They gonna take something with them. Tune in. I obviously can't say all, but I can say a majority. Tune in. Usually, in a breakup, we're gonna say a breakup first. Women, they're gonna take something from the man when they break up, especially if the man breaks up with her.
So he said, hell yeah, especially if she cooks. Man, cooking is basic, bro. That's basic, bro. This is the thing with marriage, right? These females don't save themselves for marriage, right? We already know they're going to have sex before they get married, right? A lot of men are willing to accept that, but then they're bringing children to the table. So she done already had sex with multiple men and she has children. What's the benefit of you wiping a woman up like that? She shared her body with multiple men. She has a baby daddy or baby daddies. You really would marry a woman like that? What do you get from dealing with a woman like that besides sex that she done already gave to other men? What can this woman give you that she hasn't already given another man? None of her baby daddies married her, but you're going to come along and marry her? You're going to move a single mother in your crib. Now, you can do that if you want to. I'm not knocking you for that. We're just talking about the cons because there's no pros. So I can't say the pros because there are no pros. There's only cons that comes with that situation. You do know a lot of these women can't cook, right? You do know well over 50% of these women can't cook, because they're not required to do these things. They're used to simps taking them on dates. So if a woman is used to simps taking her on dates, she's not used to being in the kitchen. She's not used to being productive in a home.
It's not the other way around. He breaks up with her and she doesn't break up with him. She's going to take something with her. She might take his reputation. She might try to blackmail him. She might try to say an SA happened. She might try to take some money with her. She might try to destroy some of his property. She's going to do something for
Let me
her.
tell you something. Most of these modern women cannot cook. Well, these modern females, they cannot cook, bruh. They can't. If you move a single mother in your crib because you want a woman to cook for you, you're moving her in for the wrong reasons. What value is this woman bringing to your life? You're making her life easier by even taking her on. She's already paying 100%. So if she gets with a man that's making decent, if she gets with a man that's making decent money, you're taking a large load off of her back. I can see how you benefit her life, but how does she benefit your life? We already know that most of these single mothers are struggling financially. A lot of them got bad credit. If you got your own place and you live in a nice neighborhood and you let this woman move in with you, she didn't hit the jackpot. Her life is easier because she ain't got to pay 100% no more. The money that you make is going to benefit the child that she didn't have with another man. She got a baby daddy. Now you got another man that's always going to be in your business, and you're providing financially, when in reality, her children is another man's responsibility. So we can see the benefit that she's getting. But let's talk about what the man is getting from that situation. What is the man getting from that situation? The woman, she ain't got to pay 100% no more. You a good earner, you're responsible. Her life is a whole lot easier now that she ain't got to pay 100% no more. What value is that woman bringing to your life? Is she making your life easier? Is she making your life better? In reality, no, she's not. Because now you got a child that's not yours living in your house. You got a woman who's already been damaged by another man or other men. Her baby daddy gonna always be in your business. So please tell me, what benefit does a man get from that? We didn't already talk about the benefits that the woman gets.
For him to feel the breakup, for real. And then when it comes to a divorce, women usually, when they get divorced, especially if the man initiates it, she's gonna take some of his money, half of the money. First of all, she's gonna probably try to take half of his money, leave the house in her name, leave the house to her, and take the kids. She's gonna do something spiteful and vindictive. Why? I don't know. Women, I feel like a lot of times, women just don't know how to take an L, especially if they get broken up with or divorced. That's it.
So, I want to speak at the sexuality.
See, a lot of these pro-black dudes, like, they mean well, like they speak up and they talk about a lot of issues in the black community. So I respect them for taking up for black people. But pro-black men, they drop the ball when it comes to women because they're not being honest with the women in the community. They can't really be honest with the women and still get their support. So a lot of these conscious black men, they're not honest with black women about what's really going on out here in the dating game. They lie to these women and they pander to these women to sleep with them, and so that these women can support them financially. So instead of them being honest with these women, they pander to these women and tell them what they want to hear. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of pro-black men do. They pander to black women and tell them what they want to hear, but they're not being honest with these black women so that they can self-improve. How could she ever get better as a woman if you're not being honest with her about her character flaws? I'm not saying you got to tear her down all day and just say negative things, but at some point, if you want this woman to make progress, that requires you being honest with her. That's the only way she's going to better herself moving forward. You got to stop telling these women what they want to hear. You need to start telling these women what they need to hear. Even if it hurts her feelings, she needs to hear the truth. Regardless of how she feels about it, that's the only way she's going to make progress. She needs to hear the damn truth. Stop telling these women what they want to hear for your own personal benefit.
Conference in Denver, Colorado last year. For those of you that know, you know I'm a certified sexuality educator. And so I was invited to speak at this conference, and there was this
hold on. Let's deal with this fact right here. Let's deal with the fact right here. Now, let's deal with this. And a lot of pro-black men, they're never going to touch on these subjects, right? They're never going to touch on these issues. Why are black women the least married, but they file for divorce at the highest rate? Oh, they're going to say you're bashing black women. No, that's an honest question. That's the truth. Black women are the least married group of women in America, but they file for divorce at the highest rate. If they're the least married group of women in the world or in America, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for everything. So they're the least married group of women in America, but they're filing for divorce at the highest rate. Those numbers are scary. Those numbers are crazy. Now they're gonna blame black men for why they're not getting married, but I just told you, black women wait until their 30s before they want to get married, and by that time they're already coming to the table with children from other men. But then people like to ask this stupid question: well, how come black women ain't getting married? You got enough common sense to know why a lot of these women ain't getting married. Listen to the dumb stuff they say on social media. Then some people gonna say, well, that's only on social media. No, social media is a reflection of what's going on in real life. Stop trying to make it seem like people are just saying this on social media as if it doesn't apply to our day-to-day lives. Stop it. If you listen to what these women do and you listen to what they say on social media, and you're still dumb enough to ask the question why a lot of these women ain't getting married, you're slow. I got to question your level of intelligence. You should have enough common sense to know why a lot of these women ain't getting married. You can't go around in your 20s, have sex with all these different men, and think you can get married in your 30s after you done already had children by other men. Then you got these dumbass people in the black community who want to pretend like they don't understand why a lot of these women ain't getting married. Like you don't see this. Man, you crazy.
I don't know. Women, I feel like sometimes, a lot of times, women just don't know how to take an L, when, especially if they get broken up with or divorced. That's it.
So, I went to speak at the sexuality conference in Denver, Colorado last year. For those of you that know, you know I'm a certified sexuality educator. And so I was invited to speak at this conference, and there was this Caucasian woman in the audience who raises her hand to say, well, statistics and research says that black men are leaving black women because black women aren't kinky enough and they're going over the white women, right? And so everybody looked at me because I was one of the only black people there. There was two other black women. I was the third. And so all of the white folks turned around and looked at me and stuff. By the way, y'all, we've got to get past this black and white stuff. But anyway, all of them turned around and looked at me. They thought I was going to be angry. You know what my response was? I said, thank you. Honey, you'll be doing us a favor by getting some of the Tyrones off of our hands. We can't handle them all.
Stop the cap.
We really can't. So thank you so much. Listen, go on, honey.
Cap.
Go on.
If black men stop marrying black women, their marriage rates would drop even further. White men are not going to come in and rescue black women. Latino men are not going to come in and rescue black women. They're not. They'll have sex with you, but they're not looking to rescue you. The majority of black men who are married to white. The majority of black men who are married to black women by 88%. So if black men just stop marrying black women altogether, their marriage rates would drop lower. You're not going to have other races of men coming in to rescue black women. The majority of white men are not going to wife up black women. The majority of white men are going to wife up white women or Asian women. The stats prove it. Then what's crazy is she's saying, oh, well, that's good. As if these women are just so qualified to have the man that they want. Most of these women is on social media running their mouth. They're not qualified to be nobody's wife anyway. Some of them look good. Some of them have sex appeal, but that doesn't mean that they're qualified to be anybody's wife just because she's sexy or she might have some sex appeal. Nah, that don't make her wife material. That doesn't mean that she has wife qualities just because she possesses beauty. No, it does not. There's a lot of beautiful women out there that ain't fit to be nobody's wife. She might be eye candy, she might be sexy, but she has zero wife qualities. And a lot of you brothers got to begin to understand that. There's a lot of beautiful and attractive women, but guess what? They don't qualify to be anybody's wife. Their mentality and their personality disqualifies them. There's a lot of beautiful women who don't have wife qualities. It's tons of them out there. You see them on Instagram. You see a lot of beautiful women on Instagram. Yes, she's sexy. Yes, she has a physical beauty, but she has zero wife qualities. That's like a Ferrari that looks good, but it got a blown out motor. The motor ain't no good, but the exterior of the vehicle looks good. But when you pop the hood, it got a blown motor. That's what you're dealing with when you see these beautiful, pretty chicks. But when you get to know them and you listen to the foolish things they say, you realize that they don't qualify to be anybody's wife. She's just pretty. She just happened to be eye candy. Outside of that, the woman is worthless because she ain't serving her purpose.
Go on, honey, take a chance. Have at them. Because while the Tyrones and the Marcuses are coming over to you, your cousin Jacob and your cousin Paul and your cousin Scott are coming over to us.
Are you sure about that?
Not like my God, black women, quit saying this stupid crap, man. Nothing has ever stopped white men from wifing up black women. There's never been a law that's ever stopped white men from marrying black women. But you know what they're gonna say? Well, that's because we weren't available for them. Lies. Show me the white men that's marrying black women in large numbers. I'm not talking about your few exceptions to the rules. When she said that Brad and you know what I mean, and Bob are coming to black women, the numbers don't reflect that, right? Marriage rates for black women has not gone up. In reality, it has gone down. This is what I mean by these women get on social media and they just say anything as if we don't understand what's really going on. Are marriage rates for black women going up or going down? According to her, she got all these white men that want her, right? Yes, a lot of white men want you for sexual purposes, but the average white man is not looking to wife up black women. Some of them will, but that's not the majority of white men. Only a small percentage of white men are going to do that. I want y'all to hear this foolishness.
Honey, you'll be doing us a favor. As one of the only black people.
See, listen, bro, it's a reason why she don't have a husband, right? And black women, we're not bashing, we're just being honest with y'all. Y'all got to change a lot of this stuff. Most black men do prefer black women, but we don't have to tolerate women who act like this. We don't have to tolerate that. We can do much better. We don't need to do this. When you see women like this in their 30s, there's good reason for them not being married. This woman is not feminine. She don't have any wife qualities. She's pretty damn delusional and foolish. She's pretty damn delusional and foolish. And I got to say this to you, pro-black men. Stop pretending like you don't know why a lot of these women ain't married. At this point, you guys are playing stupid. You're playing dumb. Anybody with common sense knows why these women ain't getting married in large numbers. Stop it.
There was two other black women. I was the third. And so all of the white folks turned around and looked at me and stuff. By the way, y'all, we've got to get past this black and white stuff. But anyway, all of them turned around and looked at me. They thought I was going to be angry. You know what my response was? I said, thank you. Honey, you'll be doing us a favor by getting some of the Tyrones off of our hands. We can't handle them all.
Stop the cap.
We really can't. So thank you so much. Listen, go on, honey.
Cap.
Go on, honey. Take a chance. Have at them. Because while the Tyrones and the Marcuses are coming over to you, your cousin Jacob and your cousin Paul and your cousin Scott are coming over to us.
Are you sure about that? Not like that. It's not the same.
On this app and telling everybody about how you're leaving.
Yeah, you listen, you're gonna have some conscious pro-black sim say not all black women act like that. We know not all, but the majority of them do. Well, anything over 50% is the majority. Not all black women, but there's way too many black women who do act like this. It's way too many of them. The dating market is oversaturated with women like this. If you've been married for the last 20 or 30, man, you don't know what's out there. You're just going off what you see on social media, but you're not dealing with these women personally. The dating market in 2025 is oversaturated with women like this. Oh my God, there's no shortage of women like this. And you know this, man.
Perfectly good men and perfectly good relationships just because, like, for the hell of it all.
Listen, homie, if you've been out in the field dealing with modern women and you've been out there knocking bras down and You've been dealing with them on a personal level. You know for a fact that the dating pool is oversaturated with women like this. Maybe you don't know this because you're not out there, so you can't speak from experience, but I'm speaking from experience. The dating market is oversaturated with chicks like this. Oh my God.
It is absolutely absurd. Like the amount of thought that you have put into exiting stage left with the quickness and then writing complete soliloquies on the situation, sharing your telenovela on this app, telling people about how great this guy is, but then you left him. Like, homie should really be like, thanks. Because all you're doing is sending a whole flock of women his way. But now, instead of finding a man who is this great guy, you've now rejected him for being this great guy. And now he's going to think he needs to be different. Like, the reason that some of these men come out here and turn into Future and Nick Cannon on y'all is because a whole bunch of idiots did exactly what these girls are doing now. So, ladies, if you happen to be coming behind a girl who left a relationship for no apparent reason, who came on the internet to share her enlightened stage left exit on a perfectly good man, I want you to tell that man it is not him. There is nothing he could have done differently or needs to do differently to be better. The problem was her. She's just.
And let me say this to a lot of you cats. You feel like you meet these women and she tell you this sob story of how her baby daddy was bad. He didn't do this. So you tell yourself, I'm going to be a better man than her baby daddy. I'm going to give this woman more than her baby daddy did, right? The thing is, does she deserve that treatment? Does she really deserve that? That's the question that you got to ask yourself. Huh? Her children is another man's responsibility. So you're going to take on this woman with all these character flaws and she has children. That's another man's responsibility. See, a lot of you guys, you're so excited to get new box, but in reality, it's not new box because other men didn't already had the box. It's new to you because you've never had it before. So it's not new box. It's just new to you because you never had it. Are you willing to take on this woman and her long list of problems? Are you willing to provide financially for her children, even though her children is another man's responsibility? Will you still provide financially? That's the question that you got to ask yourself if you decide to date single mothers and take them serious. Will you step up and provide for another man's family, provide for another man's children? Will you take on this woman even though she's coming with a long list of problems? She got baby daddies or a baby daddy. You always gonna have another man in her. You always gonna have another man in your business, which is her baby daddy. You got to consider that. She might not want you to discipline her children, but she wants you to provide financially. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. I broke that down in the beginning of this podcast. She's stuck in her ways. She don't want to listen. She wants to do things her way, even though her way never works. Her way has never worked for her, but yet and still she wants to do things her way. Doing things her way has not yielded positive results. They only brought in negative results, but she's still set on doing things her way, even though doing things her way has not worked out for her. She's a struggling single mother. Her child has an absent father. Being a single mother is a traumatizing experience, but yet and still, she don't want you to discipline that child the way that you see fit, but she wants the benefit of you providing financially. Now, you got to ask yourself, as a man, are you willing to deal with all of that just to get some box from this woman? Are you willing to deal with all that nonsense just to have access to her box? Those are serious thoughts. That's a serious question. I'm looking for some simple answers.
Not ready for a relationship. So continue to be you. Don't let her change you.
Yeah, like she said, don't let her change you, right? Because you can't be.
Are you willing to deal with all of that stuff that I mentioned just to have access to her box? She's not making your life better. She can't even make her own life better. She got bad credit. She's a single mother. Her child has an absent father. She got mental and emotional, psychological, and financial issues. She's stuck in her ways. She don't want you to discipline the child the way that you see fit, but she wants the benefit of you providing financially. A lot of you men out here are willing to deal with all that nonsense just to have access to her box. That's the unfortunate reality. But I'm telling you the truth.
Cold
Her
hearted.
baby daddy's gonna be in your business all the time. She don't want you disciplining the child. She wants you to provide financially. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. She's stuck in her ways. She's not going to submit. She's not submissive. She'll pretend to be feminine, but in reality, she is not. All you got to do is piss this woman off, and then you will begin to see her true colors. So are you going to deal with the fact that her baby daddy's always going to be in your business? She's struggling financially. She needs you with bills. She needs a savior. She's a struggling single mother. She don't want you to discipline the child the way that you see fit. She only wants the benefit of you providing financially. She's stuck in her ways. A long laundry list of problems she's going to come with. Unfortunately, a lot of you men are willing to put up with all of that BS just to have access to her box. You will put up with all of that nonsense just to have sexual access to this woman. And unfortunately, a lot of you guys have signed up to put yourselves in that situation. Unfortunately, a lot of you guys have.
If that's not in you, seriously, all the things that happened to me, I wasn't cold hearted. I was still a loving person, still did for people, still.
She's combative. She's argumentative. She's not agreeable. She always feels the need to say something as if she can correct somebody. She don't know when to be quiet. She's too opinionated. Her baby daddy gonna always be in your business. She don't want you to discipline the child the way that you see fit, but she wants the benefit of you providing financially. She's combative. She's argumentative. There's good reason for her being a single mother and she's over 35. Listen, when you meet these chicks who are single mothers and they're over 35, there's good reason for that. But you thinking that I'm going to treat her better than her baby daddy is, not realizing that she was a part of the problem the whole time. But she convinced you that her baby daddy was the problem. And just like a simp, just like a sucker, you put your cape on and you told yourself, I'm going to be a better man than her baby daddy is, not realizing that she was the problem the whole time. That's why she's over 35. She's a single mother and she's not married. Trust and believe, homie, there's good reason for that. You're going to put up with all that nonsense just to have access to her box. Pure insanity. That is crazy.
Kind. Do not become a future. Do not become one of those dudes. Because you're bound, especially if you have developed that mentality and developed those habits, you're bound for prison. And a lot of times you're in your 20s and you're doing childish things, because that is childish things. I understand he doesn't do perks, but putting that in your music, childish. What is it going to incite?
And my baby father had a child with.
Get it wet, get the jet. Like, come on now.
Listen, homie, you'll be amazed of the nonsense that men put up just to have access to that woman's box. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. The cost of living has gone up. The cost of everything has gone up. So if you got this woman who's already struggling with bad credit and she's the sole provider for this child because she didn't have a child with a man that's not helping her to provide for the child, that means that she has to carry the whole load by herself. She's struggling financially. She's always stressed out. And as a result of that, she's damaged psychologically. She's damaged mentally, emotionally. The baby daddy gonna always be in your business. She don't want you to discipline the child the way that you see fit. She just wants the benefit of you providing financially. She's argumentative, she's combative, and she's a struggling single mom. There's a lot of men out there who will put up with all of that nonsense just to have access to her box. You talking about being a simp with a capital S on your chest. You're talking about being a simp with a capital S on your chest with a cape on your back. Man.
Nonsense.
Something I would actually love is your other baby mum. Like, I don't understand why people's baby mums don't get along. If I was a baby mum, yeah, and my baby father had a child with somebody else, me and that girl would be besties. Granted, she's a normal girl, but like, why is all the hate always towards the other baby mum? Unless, of course, it was like whilst he was cheating or whatever. But why can't you not be cool? Like, I would love for the mother of your other children to
I
be
gotta
cool.
be real, homie. When you meet these single mothers, they're in their 30s and they're single and unmarried, there's good reason for that, homie. You're not going to see decent men leave beautiful women on the dating market like that, in the dating market like that. So if you meet a woman, she's in her 30s with multiple baby daddies, there's good reason for her not being married. Don't let her trick you, because women are good at manipulating your emotions. They're good at manipulating your feelings if you don't have enough game to see through their nonsense. They'll convince you that they're good women and all the men that they met in their life were just bad. And they'll convince you that they're good women who just can't catch a break and she can't find a good man and every man has screwed her over. Her failed relationships is never her fault. Her being a single mom is never her fault. Her being over 35 and a single mother, her being unmarried, none of it is her fault. And if you're dumb enough to believe that, she will convince you.
Cool. Like, I got a bestie, I got somebody who my children share blood with, I've got someone who can babysit, I got someone who I can watch my kids with at the same time. We could drink wine whilst we watch our children. Like, I always think to myself, like, why are the baby moms always beefing? If I was ever in that situation, let's say like I divorced my husband or whatever, and then he had a child with another woman, if she was cool, I would love that woman down. Like, I would love, like, I've always.
Let me love you down. Let me love you down. Yeah, these single moms will convince you that they are not the problem and the men just treated them wrong. The men just done them wrong. Listen, homies, if she's over 30, she's a single mother, she got different baby daddies, you got to be a fool if you think that she ain't the problem. Wake up and smell the reality and judge things and look at things for what they are and not for what, and judge things for what they are. Look at things for what they are and not for what you want it to be. Not for what you want it to be. Judge it for what it really is. You can't turn you can't turn a donkey into a racehorse. Of course. Listen, homie, you guys heard me say this several times. You cannot turn a donkey into a racehorse. It's not going to happen. You want this donkey to be a racehorse, but it's not going to happen. You got to see these women for who they are and not for who you want them to be. Your life would be a whole lot easier if you started looking at women and judging them for who they are and not for who you want them to be. That's reality. That's reality 101, homie. You cannot turn a donkey into a racehorse. You must understand the fact that you have a donkey and you cannot turn it into a racehorse, Jack. It's not going to happen. You're saying this about all black women. I'm not saying this about all black women. What I'm saying is the dating game is oversaturated with women who think just like this. There's no shortage in the dating community of women who are like this. The dating pool is oversaturated with chicks like this, bruh.
No, like, if I ever had to co-parent, I would be the ex-wife that you absolutely love. Like, the ex-wife that's going to look after the kids, the ex-wife that's going to come over. Like, you would literally...
Let me put a warning out there. There are plenty of other
at home mom and not having
Okay.
her ask
All right.
questions. And
okay, so did you have to work?
if I did not.
Okay. But
listen, man, you know for a fact that most of these single moms don't want you telling their kids nothing. She's struggling. Her kids don't even listen to her. But she don't want you to discipline the kids. Why? Because you ain't their daddy. Okay, if I'm not their daddy, it ain't my job to provide financially. Your children is another man's responsibility. If we're going to get technical, it ain't your job to tell my kids what they need to be doing. It ain't your job to discipline my kids. You right, so I'm not going to do it. Just like it's not my job to provide anything financially. That's your baby daddy's responsibility. You're 100% correct.
start working after your divorce?
That was kind of the thing is I started working and pursuing my nursing and schooling.
Okay, so he was wealthy.
Correct.
And instead of being happy with being married to a wealthy
Listen, bro, we had to take a break from the black fatigue conversation, and I wanted to talk about dating and what's going on in this community, right? Well, what about the men? What about the men? Society has already held men accountable. Mainstream media has drugged black men for decades over the things that black women have said about them publicly. So black men already been getting drugged in the media for decades. Now it's time for the women to hear the truth about themselves. Why don't you be? Nah, hell no. The society ain't balanced. The hell you want me to be balanced? Hell, I need to be balanced for. Society has already focused on the flaws of men. They've done it for decades. It's time for these women to get a reality check. And we're telling them this is why men are not marrying you. This is why your marriage rates are so low. Instead of these women listening to us and going back to the drawing board, you know what they say? They just hate black women. They're bashing black women. They want to escape accountability. So instead of admitting that the things we're saying are true, instead of admitting that we're telling the truth about this, they'll just say, well, they hate black women. They're bashing black women. They hate single mothers and black women. That's what they say when they don't want to be held accountable for their obvious BS. Instead of paying attention, instead of taking heed to do better, they're just going to say, well, he hates black women. He's bashing single mothers.
man who could provide for you. So, but did you start working after your divorce?
That was kind of the thing is I started working and pursuing my nursing and schooling.
Okay, so he was wealthy.
Correct.
Listen, brothers, responsibility with no authority is slavery. A lot of you men are providing for women that don't even listen to you. A lot of you men are providing for women who don't even like you. You know how many men out there that's providing for a woman that don't even listen to them, that don't respect them? They don't want you disciplining their children. They just want the benefit of you providing financially. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. Always remember that. There's way too many men out here providing for women who don't even respect them, who don't even listen to them. That woman is making you pay like you weigh, and she don't listen to you. She don't submit to you. She don't respect you, but yet and still you provide financially. That woman don't respect you, homie. She's using you for what you can provide. She's using you for what you got, but she don't feel the need to respect you. She don't feel the need to submit to you. She don't feel the need to listen to you. You a fool if you providing for a broad like that, man.
And instead of being happy with being married to a wealthy man who could provide for you, you wanted to go out to work like most women don't want to do. Make sense.
I have a mind. Yes.
Most women don't want to have to work. And you were in a position where you didn't have to. I'm just being clear.
That is a fact. Black women hate correction, man. No other group of women hates correction like the American black women. Black women hate correction. Oh my God, correction. That's kryptonite to the American black woman. She don't want no man correcting her. You ain't my daddy. You can't tell me what to do. And that's the stupid crap that a lot of them say. You don't even listen to your daddy. But what she gonna say is, you ain't my daddy. You damn right I ain't your daddy. But she still wants you to provide financially as if she's some child, as if this is still the 1950s where women can just sit around and do nothing. This ain't the 1950s to where women can just sit around and do nothing. That woman got to be productive. She got to bring value to your life. You must require that she brings something of value to your life. If you don't, that woman is going to use you. That woman is manipulating you. She is using you. You going to get out there and make all the bacon, and she going to sit at home and do nothing. She don't even want you correcting that child that she has. She don't want you she don't want you to discipline that child that she has. Take on full responsibility with no authority. Hey, homie, that's slavery. A lot of you guys are slaves to your own women and you don't realize it. She's gonna hold you to the standard of being a traditional man, but she's nothing close to a traditional woman. She's gonna hold you to the standard of being a traditional man, but in reality, she's nothing close to being a traditional woman. Women who are not traditional themselves don't deserve traditional men. They just don't. And you a fool if you don't look at it just like that. That woman is taking advantage of you. That woman doesn't respect you. She don't respect your authority. She's just using you for your money. And you a dummy if you allow her to do it.
Correct.
Because every day women come on here and they don't want to work. So you had a husband that was wealthy and you chose to, okay, well then you get nothing.
Okay, so now moving forward,
You get nothing.
how do I get nothing? Why do I get nothing?
Because men don't want women like you.
Emotional, damn it.
I like how Kev said that. She said, "Why? How come I don't get nothing? Because men don't want women like you. That's why. Men with options don't want women like you. They might have sex with you. They might go on a date with you, but ultimately they don't want women like you." I got to play that back. Shout out to Kevin for being honest with this woman.
You get nothing. You wanted to go out to work like most women don't want to do.
Make it make sense.
I have a mind. Yes.
Most women don't want to have to work. And you were in a position where you didn't have to. I'm just being clear.
Correct.
Because every day women come on here and they don't want to work. So you had a husband that was wealthy and you chose to, okay, well then you get nothing.
Okay, so now moving forward,
you get nothing.
How do I get nothing? Why do I get nothing?
Because men don't want women like you.
Emotional, damn it.
I'm finding that very true because
They don't. Because if a man was wealthy and you were married to him,
mm-hmm.
Did you file for divorce?
No, I did not. Initially I did, but then I waited, and then like a couple of years later, he eventually filed.
So you initially filed. You were the.
My thing is this. Listen, brothers. When you think about the caliber of women that we have today, what's the benefit of a successful man getting married? What's the benefit? What's the benefit of you getting legally married to one of these chicks, especially these chicks who are already single moms who got babies by other men? What's the benefit of you getting married to a woman like that? She can't make your life better. She can only complicate things. What's the benefit for a man that's already financially stable with good credit? What's the benefit of him getting legally married to one of these modern day chicks? I bet money nobody can give me a logical explanation of why a man of that caliber needs to get legally married. Nobody can give me a logical explanation. Nobody can give me a good reason on why he should do it. Of course, you're gonna have people who don't like what I'm saying, but they can't give you a logical explanation for why a man with good credit that's financially stable, they can't give you a good reason for why he should get legally married. They can't give you a good reason. What does he get out of legal marriage? A man that already has his life together, what is he getting out of legal marriage? Especially when you think about the caliber of women that we have today. A man that already got his stuff in order, what benefit does he get from legal marriage?
Initial plaintiff.
Correct.
Did you close that case? Or are you still the plaintiff on the divorce action?
No, I closed the case.
Why did he file for divorce?
I guess like after years of entanglements and what have you, he started to have an affair outside of the relationship.
So he divorced you because of what?
What do you mean?
You said he filed for divorce, so he was the plaintiff in the action. What was the reason?
At this point, he had another pregnancy. Like it was messy.
So he divorced you because he had a mistress pregnant.
Correct.
He didn't want you no more. See, she'll never be honest about why he filed for divorce. The reality of it is he didn't want her anymore, but she's not going to be honest about why he doesn't want her. Maybe she was mouthy. Maybe she was too argumentative. She was too combative. She didn't know when to be quiet. She didn't know when to listen. But of course, she's not going to tell you he got another woman pregnant. Okay, if he had another woman, that means that he didn't want you anymore. He filed for divorce because he didn't want you, but she's not going to be honest about why he didn't want her. She's not going to tell you the truth about why that man didn't want her no more. She's not going to be honest. You got to be smart enough to see this for yourself. So you need to speak to the woman and, oh, I can see why the man didn't want her. Me having this conversation with you is telling me a whole lot about your personality and character. I can see why that man didn't want you no more. But she'll never admit why he didn't want to be with her no more. She'll never admit that. She's not going to do it.
But you were
listen. Now, if you ask her, well, why did you want to divorce him? She could tell you 100 things in 20 seconds. I wanted to divorce him because this, and that. She gonna have a million reasons for why she filed for that divorce. But when a man divorces her and you say, well, how come he didn't want to be with you no more? Well, he had another woman. She's not going to tell you why he had another woman. She's not going to tell you why he got fed over her nonsense. All of a sudden, she's going to play dumb when it comes to the fact that the man didn't want to be with her no more. It's going to be cricket. She's going to pretend like she's just clueless, or she's going to make an excuse and say, well, he was a cheater. He was this, he's that. But she's never going to give you the truth about why the man didn't want to be with her no more. Wanted not going to be honest.
This is also you were working at this time.
At this time, I was attending school full time. Correct.
All right. So he married. He wanted a wife to stay at home and have his children.
Correct.
And you wanted a career.
Correct.
I need you guys to bless the like button. We need to do a better job on that like button. I've been up here for 3 hours. Let's get some more contributors. Let's get some more supporters. Let's get some more people to bless that like button if you haven't already. She's not going to be honest about why that man didn't want to be with her no more. It's not in her nature to be honest about why the man didn't want her no more. But if she tells you, if you ask her, why did you divorce that man? She's going to give you 100 reasons in 20 seconds. He did this. He did that. He did this. He did that. The moment you ask her, how come that man divorced you? She ain't going to have nothing to say. She's going to say, well, he was just a cheater that wanted other women. Like there's no other logical explanation for why that man didn't want to be with you no more. Man, please.
Well, then you shouldn't have married a wealthy man.
Yeah, I was young.
No, but see, you took advantage. But see, you also took advantage of that wealth and that lifestyle.
I took advantage.
No, ma'am. You took advantage of.
See, they always say I was young. Like these chicks who become single, like teen moms, they'll say, well, I was young. Yeah, but you were sexually active. It ain't like the man just took it and impregnated you. You were sexually active. It was consensual sex. So don't never let these women say I was young as if that excuses their dysfunctional behavior. It does not. Well, I was young. No, we're still going to hold you accountable. You don't get to say you don't get to say that I was young so that can absolve you of any accountability. No, you were sexually active, you was fast, and you was out here having sex. And as a result of that, you got pregnant and became a teen mom.
Wealth and a lifestyle, meaning you enjoyed that.
Then
you
what,
didn't listen.
What?
I hear very well. You can pull that on somebody else. You can't pull it on me. When you were married to a wealthy man, means you have a standard of living that you could not afford with your own skill.
Listen, they always say that when they become single mothers and teen moms. Well, I was young. You was sexually active. Did nobody take anything from you? Well, I was young. Okay, but if you came from a family, well, let me ask you guys something. Do you really think a chick who comes from a stable, decent family will become a teen mom? I'm not saying it's impossible because anything's possible, but on average, we're judging by the majority. If a chick becomes a teen mom, would you think that she came from a good family? Would you say, well, this woman had a great upbringing with two loving and supporting, with two parents who loves and supports her. She comes from a good family. The vast majority of these chicks who become teen moms, they didn't come from good, stable families. Usually they were raised by single mothers. There was no daddy in the picture. You don't see females who come from stable families become teen mothers. They become single mothers as teenagers. Those females do not come from decent, stable families. They don't. I met a chick who tried to convince me that she came from this good, loving, dysfunctional family and she became a teen mom. I said, nah, man, I hear what you're trying to say. If you came from a stable environment with two loving parents, there's no way you would have became a teen mom. You're not going to convince me of that. The vast majority of these chicks who become teenage moms come from dysfunctional families, and there was no father in the household. I'm not talking about some step nigga. Excuse me. I'm not talking about some stepdaddy, a man who was just sleeping with your mom. That doesn't count. Hit the like button if you haven't already. These chicks who became single moms, for the most part, they come from dysfunctional families. That's the reality. She wants to convince you that
to the men so y'all can better understand what's really going on with us women. We are mentally, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually exhausted in motherhood, okay? The domestic labor falls on us, and we know that society goes by traditional roles, so a lot of the household deeds fall on the women. But for us we constantly have to be attentive to what our children need when they're sick, when they look like they're about to.
What's the problem that you see with this woman that's talking? Even if she's saying some things that make sense, this is not a feminine woman. Her femininity is gone. Look at all the aggressiveness. There's no femininity in this woman's spirit. And you guys don't have to agree with me. Do you think, does this woman look like does she sound like a feminine woman? She might be saying some things that make sense, but her femininity is gone. Feminine women are soft-spoken. They're not loud. They're not aggressive. They're not argumentative.
I want to say this to the men so y'all can better understand what's really going on with us women. We are mentally, emotionally, psychologically.
But just because they have both parents too, man, if the daddy was a simp, it is not going to matter, Biggie. You know, just because, and I left this out too, just because a female had two parents, you got to understand, like, what type of father did she have? Her father could have been a simp who allowed her mother to run the show. So if you got a father for a simp that allowed your mother to run the show, that's the same as you being raised by a single mother. Why? Because your mother is the leader of that household, and the man just happened to be there. We already know a lot of men in church are simps, bro. Let's be real. A lot of those black men at the churches, them dudes follow their women. They're not leading their women. His woman is looking for spiritual guidance in the pastor. She's looking for spiritual guidance in another man. He's not even leading his woman. His wife goes to church to be led spiritually by another man. You know how many black simps I know that's in a church, their women go to another man for spiritual guidance? She's looking for leadership in another man, and you married this woman. So a lot of those men in the church, they are simps. Why? Because they're being led by their women. So if a female had a simp for a father like that, it is no different from being raised it's no different from being raised by a single mother, because her father is being led by her mother, which means he's not a man at all.
Spiritually exhausted in motherhood, okay? The domestic labor falls on us, and we know that society goes by traditional roles. So a
Shout
lot
out
of
to Scoop. Scoop know what I'm talking about. A lot of these black men at these churches, their woman is looking to another man for spiritual guidance. Another man is leading your woman. So if a chick had a father like that, that's the same as being raised by a single mother, because that man is not the leader of that household. His woman is. So that's no different than being raised by a single mother. Why? Because that woman is the leader of the household. That woman wears the pants in that household. That's a worthless man. He's just there and taking up space, but he's not leading his household. He's just taking up space at that point.
household deeds fall on the women. But for us we constantly have to be attentive to what our children need when they're sick, when they look like they're about to become sick, their education, their emotional well-being, them learning, their coping skills. This is all of everything that we are paying attention to. On top of loving our children, we're trying to find spaces to be able to
listen, man, once a woman didn't have a lot of traumatic experiences, she's ruined. She's damaged goods. You know, this woman has become hardened because of this cruel world. She's damaged. You deal with women who try to raise their voice like they go, man, that's masculine energy. That ain't femininity. Even though this woman is saying a lot of things that's true, she is not feminine by a long shot. If you go to other cultures and other countries and you see real feminine women, there's no way that you would ever want to wife up a woman like this, because when she talks, you can listen, homie, you can feel the masculinity and the masculine energy when this woman talks. She might say a few things that make sense, but overall, this is masculine energy coming from a woman.
Of ourselves. On top of trying to create safety for our children, we're looking for safety and security within ourselves. And sometimes because of all of the expectations and obligations and burdens and the load on us, we can't find that safety. So we turn to our
What she's saying in so many words is she's traumatized because she got to take on this extra load that she was never meant to take on. So as a result of that, she's traumatized. What did I tell you earlier? Being a single mother is a traumatizing experience. It strips them of their femininity. It strips them of their feminine energy. And then they take on this masculine role like a man. They become argumentative, combative. They think they know everything when their lifestyle doesn't reflect that they made good choices. You dig what I'm saying?
And sometimes in our partner, because they resent us so much for the transitions that we have faced in our motherhood, we can't find safety with them as well. So you have to be able to extend some type of grace. And that's what we mean when we say we want to be seen, we want to be heard, we want to be understood, we want to be.
You don't even want a woman talking that much, bro. Like, listen, man, like society was better when women didn't do a whole lot of talking. Now that you have women who want to talk so much, it strips them of their femininity. These women think they know just as much as a man when clearly they don't know nothing. A masculine man don't want to be with a woman who runs her mouth for a living. That's the last thing you want as a masculine man, is a woman who's always running her mouth. Society in America has gave these women way too much leeway to run their mouth, to be combative, to be argumentative. I don't want no broad that's running her damn mouth that thinks she's teaching somebody every damn second. I don't want that. I want a woman who knows when to be quiet. I need a woman who's going to listen and be quiet. I'm not saying that I don't want her to talk at all, but when you look at these women in today's society, all they do is run their mouth and give their damn opinion all day. I don't want no broad on social media giving her damn opinion all day. I don't want to hear that. You simps could have women like that. I'm not dealing with no broad who feels the need to run her mouth and give her damn opinion all the time. I don't want a woman who runs her mouth like that.
We need you all because we understand that mentally, psychologically, men and women are not the same. We understand that, but as a partner, we need you to try to step into our shoes, see it through our eyes, hear it through our ears, feel it through our heart, so you can better understand where we are coming from.
Okay, this is a crash out post. I'm currently crashing out. Sorry in advance. Women, Do not get married and have kids unless you plan on and are capable of becoming a single mom. Because 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, I don't know, statistically high, that's probably what's going to happen to you. Now, I love being a mom. I really do. And in fact, I quite enjoy most of the time being a single mom. This shit is not fair. The world is not set up for single moms. You will struggle. I don't care what job you have. I don't care how much you get paid. Especially in this economy right now, okay?
And what's crazy is you find these women with multiple baby daddies that think they're educating somebody on something. No, what they can learn from you is not what they can learn from you is what not to do. You in your 30s, you got different baby daddies. You need to be humble. You're in no position to teach somebody anything. You need to be listening. School is in session. Take notes and be quiet. Don't nobody want to hear what you have to say. You in your 30s, multiple baby daddies, you struggling, you got bad credit. You need to be listening. Nobody needs to hear you talking.
The world is not set up for single mothers. It will.
Hey, Minister Jab said this, and shout out to Jab. Jab said, man, a lot of these ladies, they need headphones, not microphones. Shout out to Jab for that one, man. That was trill right there. That's real 100%. You ladies, you need headphones, not microphones. Don't nobody want to hear what you have to say. Be quiet. You are tainting the world by running your mouth. You are poisoning the next generation of women because you feel like you have the right to run your mouth and you're saying a whole lot of nothing. Be quiet. Maybe you can learn something.
It'll be fucking hard.
Right.
It will test you in ways that you didn't know that you could even be tested. You will have to fight for those kids, most likely. You will have to fight for those kids. You will have to wake up every morning and question, just real talk, if motherhood is really something that you want anymore, because these men make it so hard.
See, I know this is going to sound sexist because women are always in their feelings. Listen, society ran better when women wasn't allowed to run their mouth. Like they allowed women to speak when it was necessary for them to speak, but society was better. These communities were more intact. Women understood their role and position when they wasn't allowed to run their mouth and just say whatever they wanted to say because they're in their damn feelings. And they had the right to speak because of feminism, womanism, and all those ideologies, right? The world was a better place. Women understood their role and position when they were not allowed to just run their mouth like this. Once they gave women the right to run their mouth, you've seen a decline in marriages all in America, not just in black communities, even in different communities. Once they gave these women the ability to run their mouth, you've seen marriage rates decline. All marriage rates was on a decline once these women had the right to just mouth off and run their mouth.
They make it so hard to be a mom. They take away all of the tender moments of motherhood that you could have had, but you were stuck in survival mode. So you didn't even really get to enjoy it. You're just fucking surviving, trying to raise these kids, trying to do the best you can. And you get $250 a month. What the fuck? That is pennies. That is the gas money it is taking me to drop them off at their father's house and pick them back up. $250 a month. And my ex is a nurse. $250 a month. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't even know if I'm going to post this. These men will take everything from you. They will promise you so much. They will promise you so much. And it will feel great at first.
Civil rights was a good and a bad thing. There's some good things that came with the civil rights movement, but there were also bad things. Women became loud, boisterous. They became feminists. And once they gave women all these rights, you've seen the decline in marriage. Because what masculine man wants to be with a woman who feels like she has the right to run her mouth and voice her damn opinion all the time when nobody wants to hear anything that she has to say? You know, once they gave women all this freedom to talk and run their mouth and to be overly opinionated, masculine, and combative, they've embraced feminism. That's when you started to see the decline in marriage, especially in the black community. Don't nobody want to deal with some loudmouth woman who feels like she has the right to say whatever she wants when she feels like it, and she's overly opinionated. Don't nobody want to marry no woman like that. Not anybody in a right mind. So as a result of that, once feminism was on the rise, you seen marriages decline. Once feminism went on a rise, you seen marriage rates decline. You gave these women the right to run their mouth. You gave these women the right to be combative. They became sexually liberated, and they claim to be highly educated when they make some of the worst decisions that a woman could ever make on this planet. Damn it, I'm telling the truth. I'm cooking up in this thing. King Supreme.
It will feel peaceful at first. And for some fucking reason, when you have their child, they will abandon you. They will discard you. Even if they don't cheat, even if they don't do anything significant, they'll emotionally turn away from you to the point where you leave. I left. I can't be in that. It is never.
You're right about that. Listen, look at this white woman that's crashing. That's why I said I'm gonna show you some white women too, so that black women. We're gonna talk about black women for the most part because we're black men, and for the most part we deal with black women. Even though this applies to all races of women, I just believe that it affects the black community more. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have a negative. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have a negative effect on the white community, because it does. You know, that's the reality. But what did I tell you guys earlier? Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. Why do you think this woman is crashing out? She turned on, listen, she pressed record on her camera phone and she's crashing out because of her lifestyle is stressful. She feels like she has to do it on her own. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. These women are damaged psychologically, they're damaged emotionally, they're damaged mentally, they're damaged spiritually, they're damaged financially, all of the above. Single mothers are damaged mentally, psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, and financially. That is a traumatic experience. She's carrying this whole load on her back and she can't do it by herself. She can't even manage her own emotions. So how in the hell is she going to discipline a child? How could a woman discipline a child when she can't even manage her own damn emotions? And I know you might say, well, damn, no, really process what I'm saying. These single mothers can't even manage their own feelings. They can't even manage their own emotions. How in the hell you think they're going to manage children when they can't even manage themselves? This woman is off the chain. This woman is off the rocker. She ain't fit to lead no child. She ain't fit to discipline no child. This woman can't even manage her own feelings. She can't even manage her own emotions. What makes you think she's qualified to manage children? Man, please.
Promised. It is you think it is. I promise you. I promise you. And before you come on here and say, oh, well, my situation's not like that. Good for you, honey. You are in the 1% of women that are very lucky, because the rest of us don't have that. And the rest of us become single moms. And it sucks because all I wanted was to be a mom. I love being a mom. But the best parts of my motherhood were taken from me. And in fact, the first time I got pregnant, the man said he couldn't have kids and then fought me in court for 5 years. Fought me in court for 5 years to take away my son that he claimed in the beginning he wasn't even capable of producing because he didn't want to wrap it up at first. Yeah. Yep. I can't handle it. I can't handle this. I can't handle men anymore. Y'all are liars. You lie to women. You promise us a lot. We are objects to you. We are things that you put on your shelf. I am a human being and my life is forever changed. My life is forever changed. I will never be the same. My youth was stolen from me.
That's what I mean when I say being a single mother is a traumatic experience. So when you deal with these single mothers who want to pretend like they got it all together, she's lying. She's trying her best to mask her pains, to hide her hardships. She's gone through trials and tribulations. She didn't deal with a whole lot of bad situations. And she's trying her best, kid, but don't let them fool you. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. And this woman right here is wearing her feelings and emotions on her sleeve. Some women are just better at hiding the fact that they are traumatized emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and psychologically, and can't forget about financially. Some women do a better job at hiding their dysfunction. Some women do a good job at hiding the fact that they've been traumatized due to their past experiences with men who are no longer with them. Her child got an absent father, or maybe she got 2 or 3 baby daddies. I don't know.
I had to put my boots on the ground and become a single mom at 21 years old. I didn't get to live. I didn't get to live. I didn't. My life is not what I wanted it to be. Not even close. But I love being a mom. I'm holding space for two things.
See, a lot of men, you got a lot of men who are losers too. Like, you got a lot of men who are losers who feel like, you know what, I'm going to repair this damaged women. I'm going to repair this single mother. A lot of guys think that they can use money to repair damaged women and single mothers. Listen, no amount of money is going to take away her pain. No amount of money is going to heal her. It might make her feel better in a moment, but ultimately, that's not going to heal her. She needs God. She needs some soul searching. She needs some spiritual healing. There's way too many simps who believe that they can repair damaged women and single mothers, and you just can't do it. No amount of money will fix their problems. No amount of money will fix their issues. You know, it may be a pacifier. It might make them feel good momentarily, but they're still dealing with their demons. They still have psychological, mental, and emotional issues. This woman has been damaged spiritually. She's been damaged psychologically. She's damaged emotionally. And you can't forget about financially. She's struggling as a single mother to provide for this kid. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. This right here is a prime example. This woman is wearing her feelings and emotions on her sleeve for everybody to see.
One time. Just don't date men. We are at a point in society where we are waking up to the reality of the patriarchy, which is a very real thing that I didn't used to believe in, and I fucking do now. To what men are really like. I will never see the change in men that I need to see to feel safe enough to ever date again in my entire life. It will take too long. The change that we need to see in men will take too long. It's 100, 200 years from now. So that's my life. So just don't date men. Just don't. Just focus on yourself. And don't have kids with the wrong person. And I don't know how to tell you what man is the right man because I thought they both were. I thought they both were the right man, and they were not.
I don't care what any baby mama say. Having to raise your kids by yourself is not a flex. And this is coming from a single mother. Listen to your sister. Don't let any baby mama deceive you into believing that being a single mother is more convenient than being a wife. You hear me? When I was pregnant with my daughter, I went through the whole pregnancy by myself. Ain't nobody going me to no appointments, no baby shower, no gender reveal. When my water broke, I got us to the hospital and from the hospital. And I can go on and on about my baby daddy. F my baby dad. F my baby dad. But I slept with him. So what kind of woman did that make me? A crazy motherfucker. Okay? You way too beautiful, way too smart, way too intelligent to be going through something like that. So live your soft girl life. Ain't nothing wrong with saying you too good to be a baby mama. You right. Because us strong black women not strong because we choose to be. We strong because we have to
be. Even though she says some things that make sense, this is what you got to understand. A lot of these women can say things that make sense, but she's still crazy. She still has issues. All it takes is for you to say one thing that she dislikes, and that's going to trigger her. That's going to trigger her, and then you're going to see the woman for who she is. Don't be fooled by these women because they're saying some things that you agree with. You're going to find out that these women are crazy and they're traumatized from being single moms. It's a traumatizing experience. And a lot of these women carry the baggage and a lot of issues from having to deal with that situation in the first place. Look.
Intelligent to be going through something like that. So live your soft girl life. Ain't nothing wrong with saying you too good to be a baby mama. You right. Because us strong black women not strong because we choose to be. We strong because we have to be.
Now, she did hold herself accountable, but see, that doesn't mean that she's feminine, because a lot of women have studied what to say. They know what answers to give, but if you deal with them in real life, you will see, well, she's saying the right thing, but she's not doing the right thing. Right? It's kind of like somebody who regurgitates information. Like, they're repeating things that are true, but if you look at the way that they're living their lifestyle is not a reflection of them knowing better. They're just saying things that are true, but they're not living like that in real life. It's like a simp who regurgitates all these red pill talking points, but when you look at how he's living his life, it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up with the things that he's saying. He knows better, but he's not doing better. Why? Because he don't have the strength to do better. He's a simp. He's a simp. Knowing better is one thing, but doing better is what takes things to the next level. There's a lot of people who know better, but they're not doing better. They just figured out what to say. They just know the right answer, but are they doing it in real life? No, they're just saying what sounds good, but they're not doing it. It's kind of like somebody that you say, hey, man, you need to quit smoking cigarettes. And he say, I know I need to quit smoking these cigarettes. But guess what? He continues to smoke the cigarettes that he knows is bad for him in the first place. He'll admit, oh, well, he could give you all the answers. But if you look at the way that he operates in real life, he's not doing anything that he's talking about. He's just giving you the right answers. And unfortunately, a lot of women are doing the same thing. You got a lot of female content creators who agree with men, and they can say everything that they know that men are going to agree with. But if you look at these women and how they live their lives in real life, if you look at how they're living in real life, it's a contradiction to what they're saying on the internet.
Let me be honest with you guys, because I'm a rant this morning. The hardest part of parenting with a
Right. At the end of the day, talk is cheap. There's a lot of people who will tell you they know better, but they are not doing better. So don't let these women fool you. A lot of them will come on social media and say some things that are actually true. But if you look at how they're living their life, it doesn't align with the things that they're saying.
That nobody talks about is the fact that I have an ex-husband who literally, from a previous relationship, an ex who literally helps me above and beyond with our other son, because I don't have the energy, because I have to pour it in to my narcissist son, like my abuser's child, and they don't help me. So on top of trying to rehabilitate a fucking child from their abusive, violent, narcissistic, evil demon father, you have to raise them and heal yourself. Nobody's talking about it, but I'm gonna talk about it because I'm defeated. I get up day in and day out and do nothing. I do everything for this kid, and he doesn't listen to shit I say. It's never an easy morning. His father does nothing.
See, I told you, being a single mother is a traumatic experience. This is another prime example. So a lot of you guys, you think when you meet these single moms, you're gonna fix them. You're gonna repair damaged women and single mothers. Man, you got a whole nother thing coming. This woman needs some spiritual healing. This woman needs the help of God, the Most High. You think you can use money to repair damage? You believe that you can use money to repair damaged women and single moms? A lot of you guys gonna find out the hard way, trying to rescue these women with all these problems. Man, you crazy.
His Sparta does nothing. And parole got him out here walking around. That man gonna get everything he fucking deserves. No moms are telling. We be scared to get on the internet and show y'all this. This shit is defeating. I need a break. 24/7, 365. I'm with this fucking kid who doesn't even listen to me. And every time he gets mad, he wants to call my dad, fuck your dad.
The part of parenting or single parenting that nobody talks about is being offered jobs and you can't even accept the jobs because you don't know how you're going to get your kids to and from daycare, or who going to watch them on the weekends if you need to work, or anything in that nature. I absolutely love my kids to death, but if I could talk to the younger me, I would tell me to wait. I would tell me to wait to have kids until I know that I either am financially stable or I'm having a team behind me that can help me, because everybody needs a community. And when you are alone doing this, it's the worst. It's the worst feeling in the world. I absolutely love my kids to death. I'll do anything for them. But when you are trying to give them the best and you have multiple baby daddies that won't even be like, hey, what's your work schedule? Let me help you.
And you got multiple baby daddies. That's the problem right there. I told you these single mothers are traumatized. Some of them are just better at hiding it than others. So you got multiple baby daddies. You made your life harder because you made bad decisions. You in your 30s with multiple baby daddies. Nobody's coming to your rescue. You made your bed. Now it's time to lay in it. Nobody is coming to rescue you. You are not Sierra, and you're not going to find a Russell Wilson. This woman is not Sierra, and she's not going to find a Russell Wilson. Hell no, it's never going to happen. Russell Wilson is not, ladies, let me tell you something. Russell Wilson is not coming to rescue you. It's not going to happen. That is a fairy tale. You are no Sierra, baby.
He gets mad, he wants to call my dad, fuck your dad.
The part of parenting or single parenting that nobody talks about is being offered jobs and you can't even accept the jobs because you don't know how you're going to get your kids to and from daycare, or who going to watch them on the weekends if you need to work, or anything in that nature. I absolutely love my kids to death, but if I could talk to the younger me, I would tell me to wait. I would tell me to wait to have kids until I know that I either am financially stable or I'm having a team behind me that can help me, because everybody needs a community. And when you are alone doing this, it's the worst. It's the worst feeling in the world. I absolutely love my kids to death. I'll do anything for them. But when you are trying to give them the best and you have multiple baby daddies that won't even be like, hey, what's your work schedule? Let me help you, because I know you done help me, because I can go to work whenever I feel like it, and I can make as much money as I feel like it, and I can do the bare minimum for my child. It's sickening. It's sickening. And I'm not dealing with one, not two, but three men that fail to realize that they mama needs to work too.
So she got 3 baby daddies. Man, that's terrible, man. Listen, listen, bro, when a woman has 3 baby daddies, you know she has psychological issues. One baby daddy is enough to traumatize a woman if he ain't providing for the child. Think about a woman. You got babies by 3 different men. You got 3 different men DNA swimming inside of you. And think about this. DNA does something to a woman's psyche, to a woman's mental state of mind. It does something to her mental health. You got 3 different men who dumped semen in you, and you got all these different energies from different men. You got 3 baby daddies. This woman is cooked spiritually. She is cooked mentally. She is cooked psychologically. She is cooked financially. Listen, homie, women like this come with a long laundry list of problems. There's nothing you can do to heal this woman. There's nothing that you can do to fix this woman. She is damaged beyond repair. I said it before and I say it again. This woman is damaged beyond repair. Why? She got 3 baby daddies and she's struggling financially. This is crazy.
That won't even be like, hey, what's your name? Everybody needs a community. And when you are alone doing this, it's the worst. It's the worst feeling in the world. I absolutely love my kids to death. I'll do anything for them. But when you are trying to give them the best and you have multiple baby daddies that won't even be like, hey, what's your work schedule? Let me help you because I know you done help me because I can go to work whenever I feel like it and I can make as much money as I feel like it and I can do the bare minimum for my child. It's sickening. It's sickening. And I'm not dealing with one, not two, but three men that fail to realize that they mama needs to work too. And it hurts me to the core because I try to do as much as I can or work around these men's schedules far as pick up and drop offs, and I always get the shit end of every stick. I try not to be the baby mama that's calling, complaining, or even asking for too much or nothing. So when I can't even take a job that they know that will better their kids' life because their kids are primarily with me, it hurts me. It hurts me because I don't ask. I don't ask. I don't bother. I don't tell if the kids need diapers or if they needed shoes or if they needed socks or anything. I'm not that type of mother. Even if I didn't have food, I would go to a food pantry before I called them and asked them, hey, can you help me with food? Because you know food stamps don't always feed the kids.
Listen, what did I tell you about these women with multiple baby daddies? Now, let's say you put food in the house, right? You got a kid. She got 3 baby daddies. Let's just say one of the baby. Now, I gotta do this real quick. I'm a cam up and I'm gonna break this down. I'm tell you about these women with these baby daddies. Now, let's just say, she has 3 baby daddies. Let's get down to that. So let's say she complaining about the kids not having food. If you take food to that house, she's going to use the food that you gave her to feed the other kids that she didn't have by other men. So now you're feeding 3 kids. You're not just feeding the kid that you had with her. She's going to use that money. And why would I want my money to be used to feed another man's children? My money is for my children. My money is not to feed other people's children. Hell nah. Talking about, so what? Mind your business. Yeah, that's something for you to think about. Let's say you take food to that house. None of her other baby daddies are bringing food there. So the food that you bring to the house is going to feed 2 other children because her other baby daddies ain't sending nothing. So now that's less food that's going to go in your kid's mouth because she's using the food that you brought to her house to feed other children that she didn't have by other men. Huh? The food that you brought in that house is going to be used to feed the 2 other children that she didn't had by other men. And we all know how kids eat up food. Food goes fast, especially if you got 3 mouths to feed. So that food is not only feeding my child, it's feeding the other children that you didn't have by 2 different men. That is a bad situation for you to be in. Let's say if you give this woman money, if you give her money, she's struggling, she's going to use the money that you gave for her child. She's going to use the money that you gave for your child to benefit the other children that she didn't have by 2 other men. So now the money you're giving her is being split 3 ways because she got 2 other children to feed. She got 2 other children to feed. She's not going to just use that money to feed your child. She's going to use that money to feed 2 other children that ain't even yours. So that's less food for the child. That's less food for your kid because she got to split it 3 ways. You send her money, that's less money that she can spend on your child because she's going to use that money to provide for the other 2 children that she didn't have by other men. That's crazy, but that's the reality. So now the money that I give her is going to be used to feed her other 2 children. That's taking away food. That's taking away food and money from my child. I didn't create those other children, but now my money is being used to provide for the kids that I didn't create in the first place. Now, it'd be one thing if I decided to just feed on one day because I fed my kid, but I'm not going to take on full responsibility of feeding children that ain't mine. My job and my responsibility is to feed the child that I've had with you, not to feed the children that you didn't have with deadbeat men. No, sir.
Hurts me to the core. It hurts me. But I'm finna start standing on business. I'm gonna have
A lot of these single mothers use that money to get their hair and nails did. Most of that money don't even go to the children. She gonna use it to get her nails did, her hair did, just so she can go out on the weekend and meet another man. So now the money is going towards her beautification process, her hair, her nails, her wig, and she got 2 other kids that ain't yours. So by the time the money gets to your child, it's going to be slim to nothing. Then she's going to call you a week later. That money don't be lasting. I got it. Nah, baby, you got 2 other children that you feeding with my money. You went and got your nails did and your hair did with the money I gave you. So it's so when it comes to my kid, he's going to get the short end of the stick. You can get this woman $300. She might spend $60 on your kid, and the rest is going to go to feed those other kids, and the other half of the money is going to go to her nails and hair. That's what a lot of these single moms are doing.
And I don't give a fuck because this shit is ridiculous. It's becoming ridiculous.
That's why you should never have a kid with a woman that got chosen by another man. Don't do it. The moral of the story is this. You don't want to have a kid with a woman that already has children with other men, because if you give her money, she's going to use that money to feed those children that she didn't have with other men. So most of that money is not going to go to your child. Why? Because she has other mouths to feed. The moral of the story is do not impregnate women with other baby daddies. That's going to complicate things for your child. Let's say your kid got fresh clothes. Your kid always looking fresh. She got 2 other kids. They ain't looking fresh because they baby daddies don't send nothing. Now they're going to be jealous of the fact because your kid is always fresh and they don't have nothing. They're going to despise their brother. They're going to despise their sisters. So why put your child in that situation in the first place? I've seen it many times. A dude dealing with a chick that got 3 baby daddies. Every week he's buying his kid clothes. Every week he's buying his kid food. But their siblings are struggling because they daddies are deadbeats. Now she's going to use the money that you're sending your child to feed those other children that ain't even yours. That's what a lot of these women do. So the moral of the story, the solution is don't impregnate women that got babies by other men. You can avoid that situation.
Just don't have kids. If you're not ready to sacrifice the rest of your life mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, do not have kids. Everybody comes up with all of this discord. But what they are leaving out is the fact that when you become a parent, life is no longer about you anymore. And miss me with the bullshit that children don't stop anything or they don't come in the way.
Hey, man, it's your player partner, man. Your professor, Red Supreme, delivering the damn game, man. You can't, because think about it. You give her $300 to feed your kid. Most of that money ain't going to your kid. She got 2 other mouths. She got 2 other mouths to feed. Some of that money is going to go towards feeding them children that ain't even yours. That's taking food out of your kid's mouth. So now, homie, the moral of the story is don't impregnate women that already got other baby daddies. Don't do it.
Stuff. Yes, they do. If you are even a fraction of a decent parent, at some point your child or your children is going to come in front of your direct need or desire. They are. It is what it is. And that's what you need to know. Unless you are ready to sacrifice your life for another human being, do not have children. I don't care if you find a man, you find a woman, y'all get married, y'all get the house and a white picket fence. I don't give a damn. Just don't do it.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you are thinking about getting an abortion, if you feel like you need that abortion, if you think that abortion is going to be the best thing for you, you need to get that abortion. I don't care who say they're going to be there for you. I don't care what type of help people think they're going to give you. Get that fucking abortion. If that's what's in your heart, if that's what's in your head.
No, she's telling women to get an abortion. Why not keep your legs closed until you get married? And listen, having an abortion is not the solution. The solution is, why are you laying down with men who never wanted you in the first place? Oh, you're horny. You can't control your sexual desires. That's why you let them hit it raw in the first place. That's why you let the man hit it raw in the first place. You're horny and you're thirsty. See, we can easily tell men you need to have discipline. Then you got a lot of beta males and Sims say, yeah, y'all know what you said, Red. I practice discipline. You don't have no women. It's easy to practice discipline when you don't have no women. You ain't got women throwing no box at you. So it's easy to practice discipline when you ain't got no women throwing box at you, fool. But what about these women who don't have discipline? You let that man hit it raw, knowing damn well he wasn't going to marry you, knowing damn well he didn't want to be with you, but you let the nigga hit it raw anyway. Now you want to sit around and cry about it, looking for sympathy.
People think they're going to give. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you are thinking about getting an abortion, if you feel like you need that abortion, if you think that abortion is going to be the best thing for you, you need to get that abortion. I don't care who say they're going to be there for you. I don't care what type of help people think.
You let him hit it raw. You let this man hit it raw. You know damn well he didn't want to marry you. You know damn well he didn't want to provide for you, but you let the nigga hit it raw anyway. Now you're looking for sympathy all across social media. Man, shout out to Cheesehead Ali for the Cash App. I appreciate you, Brody.
They're going to give you. Get that fucking abortion. If that's what's in your heart, if that's what's in your head, I don't care about your religion. I don't care how bad it hurts. I am telling you, get that fucking abortion. There is no fucking help out here, G. There is no help. I don't give a fuck. I don't even care about the comments that y'all leave. I swear to God, I don't. I swear. I am so fucking tired. I have never been this fucking tired in my life. I have been depressed before. I've been suicidal before. Hell, I didn't had suicide attempts before.
You know what's really crazy? You got these women who claim to be highly educated, but they end up having 3 and 4 baby daddies, just like these ratchet hood rats in the ghetto who are not educated. So it doesn't matter how educated the woman is, they are clueless when it comes to men. Have you ever seen a chick that's running her mouth like she's so intelligent, but she got 3 or 4 baby daddies and she's a struggling single mom, but she got the nerve to be running her mouth, being overly opinionated? Have you ever met a woman like that? I've met several. I've met several. You claim to be so damn smart, so intelligent. You got these degrees and you got 3 different baby daddies. And now you a struggling single mother and you got the nerve to be running your mouth. Got the nerve to be overly opinionated. Man, please.
I'm just tired of my life. I just want to give up.
Yeah, we need some more you brothers support, man. I've been on here for 4 hours and I didn't mean to be up here for 4 hours, but this dating market is so ridiculous. That's why I've spent 4 hours breaking all this stuff down. Support the content. Don't freeload off of the game. Support your player partner, Red Supreme. Hit that like button. Anyway, let's get back to it. You know, that's the worst thing that you can see. A woman who claims to be smart, a woman who claims to be educated, but she got 3 baby daddies and she's struggling financially. But she got the nerve to be argumentative. She got the nerve to be running her mouth. She got the nerve to be overly opinionated. but she's struggling as a result of her bad decision making. But she's the main one running her mouth. Man, please.
Get that fucking abortion. If you feel you need that fucking abortion, get that fucking abortion. Because when you are asked out, you have no fucking help. And you have depleted, you have asked everybody, you have went to every corner, you've done everything. Gee, I am fucking working. I make good money. I am not a fucking bum.
Oh, God.
Get that
I told you guys, being a single mother is a traumatic experience. These single mothers have mental health issues. Let me tell you something, homie. These single moms suffer from mental health issues. Don't let them fool you. Being a single mom, providing financially, the cost of living has gone up. The cost of everything has gone up, and she's trying to provide for this child. She's the sole provider of this child. That is a traumatic experience. Now you understand why these single mothers suffer from mental health issues. You see it for yourself. They're emotionally unstable. They're going to pretend like they're not, but if you deal with enough of them, you know that it's true.
An abortion. If you think you need that abortion.
Shout out, hey man, shout out to Uncle Diggity. Shout out to Uncle Diggity for the super chat. Dig that. Shout out to SR Serum for the super chat as well, man. These single mothers suffer from mental health issues, dog. Being a single mom, especially in today's time with the cost of living going up, that's a traumatic experience. Of course, they're going to have mental health issues dealing with all that.
I love my baby so much, and I do not regret having him. But I feel so fucked up for bringing him into this fucking world. It is piss poor ass fucking world with these cruel ass people and this shitty ass economy. I don't know why the things happened that led me here. I don't know. I don't know why they took my place away. I don't know why they threw my things out of my apartment and I was paying my rent. I don't know why that shit was done to me 2 months after having a C-section. I don't know.
And a lot of you guys think that you're going to repair damaged women and single mothers. You guys think that you can use money to do it. You're sadly mistaken. This woman needs some soul searching. She needs some spiritual healing. You know, you think that you're going to heal this woman by being a better man than her baby daddy was. You were sadly mistaken. This woman is traumatized. She suffered from mental health issues. You can't use money to repair damaged women and single mothers. It'll never work. Trust me, brother. It's not going to work. She might feel better in a moment, but she's still dealing with her mental and psychological issues, her mental health issues, because she's a single mom, and being a single mom is a traumatic experience for any woman to deal with. So as a result of her becoming a single mother, struggling, trials and tribulations, dealing with bad situations, she's developed mental health issues as a result of going through all of those different things.
I have been praying. I have been letting go. I have been walking away. I have been doing the hard work. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. And I don't want my baby hearing this bullshit. Get the fucking abortion. It's get the abortion. Just get the abortion. Don't listen to what nobody says. I swear to God. Because this shit, this single mom shit, nobody can prepare you for this shit.
I'm gonna be real with you, man. Some of these women are damaged beyond repair. You know, like you get a car and it's just damaged so much to the point to where it's just damaged beyond repair. Well, that's what you get when you deal with a lot of these single moms. They're damaged beyond repair. There's nothing you can do to save them. There's nothing you can do to heal them. Absolutely nothing. right? It's going to take God. It's going to take a miracle from the Most High to heal these women, to give them some spiritual healing. She's going to have to do some soul searching in order to receive spiritual healing. She's going to have to do some soul searching in order to receive spiritual healing.
I can prepare you for this shit, and you think you're gonna have support from women? From women? The bitches are going to eat you the fuck up.
Listen, homie, a lot of these single moms, unfortunately, they are damaged beyond repair. There's nothing you can do to save them. There's nothing you can do to repair them. There's nothing you can do to fix them. She got to do some soul searching in order to receive spiritual healing.
They don't give a fuck about us. They laughing in our faces. They're making comments and posts and videos about how dumb we are. And we chose this life.
Puppy, Christian.
And then the men. And then those fucked up ass men.
Oh my God.
We live in a sick world. I am telling you, get the fucking abortion. Your baby does not deserve this shit. Your baby deserves so much better than this piss poor ass world we live in. This shit is fucked up. I'm tired. I don't have anything positive to say, and I'm not sorry for it. Get that abortion if you need that abortion.
When you have given the best version of yourself, the best that you can be to somebody, and they take that, ball it up, throw it in the trash, spit on, and take a on you. It's been 3 years. I still find myself crying, wanting to know why. Why don't you want, or why didn't you want a family with me? I know, not gonna say go to therapy, girl, and talk. I have been doing the work, but I still find myself wanting that question to be answered. And honestly, I know that it does not mean anything because the person treated me so badly that
when a woman is already giving another man her best years, she's already given a man her all. There's nothing for her to give you. She's empty. Her soul is empty. There's nothing to give you because she's traumatized. And not only is she traumatized, she done already gave her best to another man, which means there's nothing left for you. You know how many guys and said, I met this single mother. I helped her with her bills. And I provided for her, and she still did this. She still did that. You thought that you can heal this woman? You thought that you can fix this woman? You know how many Sims that I know who's dated single mothers and felt like they got screwed over by the single mother? They felt like the woman didn't appreciate them, even though they provided for the woman. He thought and believed that he could use money to repair that damaged woman, to repair that single mother. And he's sadly mistaken. Unfortunately, he had to find out the hard way that most of these women are damaged beyond repair, and there's nothing you could do with them. She got to do some soul searching in order to receive some spiritual healing. And that is something that simps don't understand. I did everything for this woman. I helped her with her car note. I helped her pay her bills. I fed her child. I did this and I did all of that. And you got nothing out of it. The woman used you. The woman took advantage of your stupidity. That's exactly what happened.
There's no going back. Like, there's no going back. And it also eats up at me because I've always wanted my own family, and I can't even go back.
Listen, you guys have met simps who met single moms, and they'll tell you they did all this for a single mom, provided for her, paid bills, helped her with her car note, helped her with her rent, played stepdaddy to her children, and they got absolutely nothing out of it, and the woman still screwed them over. I know several of simps who've been in situations like that.
I wanted to, because that would be crazy for me to do that. But I still want to know why. When you have given the best version of yourself, the best that you can be to somebody, and they take that, ball it up, throw it in the trash, and take a on you.
That is a prime example of how hurt people hurt people. She's traumatized. She has mental health issues. She has nothing to give you. Why? Because she didn't give her all and best to another man, which means she has nothing left to give you. Don't matter if you pay her bills. Don't matter if you play stepdaddy. Don't matter if you help with the car note. That woman has still screwed a lot of you guys over in the end, even when you play stepdaddy, even when you play steppappy. You paid her bills and gave her money, and she still screwed you over. Why? Because that woman is hurt. She's traumatized. So hurt people only hurt other people. That woman is damaged beyond repair, and they thought that he can fix this woman. She got to get into some soul searching in order to receive spiritual healing.
It just does something to you. It that. And I don't like talking about it because I just feel like this person still watches things that I do. And I don't want them to know that they still have this over me.
A lot of you, and shout out to Dollar Washer, shout out to Black Samurai for the super chat. Man, these women can't get, listen, homie, a woman that's been traumatized, she's a single mom, she's struggling as a result of being a single mom, she can't give you 100%, she's burnt out. She didn't gave her best years, she didn't gave her spirit and soul to another man, which means there's nothing left for her to give you. And a lot of you guys, unfortunately, are going to find out the hard way. I played stepdaddy to her children. I paid her car note. I helped her with her rent and bills, and she still screwed me over. Yeah, bro, because you a simp. You're a simp. That is not worth you invest. Listen, homie. You take a woman who's damaged psychologically, who's struggling financially. She's a single mom that's dealing with health issues. Are you really going to invest in that? You're going to use your money. You're going to use your time, money, and resources to invest in a woman like that and think that you're going to get a ROI, return on investment. There's no ROI. Being a stepdaddy is a thankless job. You get nothing from that. You get absolutely nothing out of that. It is a thankless job. There will never be an ROI on dealing with these damaged women, these single mothers who come with a ton of problems. There will never be a return on investment. All she can do is take. She has nothing to give. So if a woman has nothing to give, all she can do is take. If a woman has nothing to give, which in most cases she didn't gave her baby daddy her heart, gave her baby daddy her soul, there's nothing to give you. So if a woman has nothing to give, all she can do is take from you.
Left me for something that was half of me. You left me for something that, funny enough, is similar to me kind of visually. Like, she don't look like me, but like the aesthetics are there, honey. But I get triggered by that because I'm just like, you had it perfect with me. You had it perfect.
Just think about it. You know, a lot of these single moms saying, if I get with another man, he need to do this, he need to do that. She's saying that because she gave her heart and soul to her baby daddy, and she felt like she got screwed over and didn't get nothing out of it. So now she's going to require more from you, even though you're not her child's father. But she's going to require that you do more because in reality, she has nothing to give you because she didn't already gave her heart and soul and body to another man, which means there's nothing left for you. She's going to require that you do more than her baby daddy did. She has nothing to give, so all she can do is take. And that is why so many single mothers that's why so many single moms are looking to you simps. Oh, well, if I'm going to get with a man, he need to be doing this. I've already been through enough with my baby daddy. So if I get with another man, he need to be doing this for me. He needs to be doing that. She has nothing to give, so all she can do is take from you. She gave that man her heart, her body, and soul. There's nothing left to give you. All she can do is take.
And you go choose someone else that is a lower quality grade of me. And I don't care. I'm going to talk my shit. She also has 3 kids of her own. You leave your own blood to go play dad to somebody else's man's children. It's still y'all. Now, it's not.
Now, if you're not taking care of your own children, then you go help some single mother to take care of her children that she didn't have by another man. Then I got to say, just like Dr. BOA said, you a beta male sin mangina. Shout out to Dr. BOA. Yeah, man, you a beta male sin mangina. Providing for another man's legacy, providing for another man's family, but you won't provide nothing for your own children, not even a roof over their head. That's crazy. So if you're providing for another man's children, but you won't take care of your own, something is wrong with you. You're simping. You a simp with a capital S on your chest. If that's what you're doing.
Not an everyday thing. It's not just on this all day, every. A lot of times, it only really comes back when I'm going through it, when I'm really in my single mom struggle. Currently, I've been forced to return back to office, and it's so hard. It's been very hard for me to do this, and I've had this career for almost 10 years. I want to quit. I finally reached making 6 figures. Finally reached it, right? And I want to quit. I want to take a pay cut. I want to make $40,000 so that I can stay home with my daughter, because trying to make this little money, trying to have this little lifestyle that I have, parts of me feel like it's not worth it, and it's so hard. And when I'm feeling the difficultiness of being a single mother, that's when this shit really comes back and haunts me. That's when I really
being a single mother is a traumatizing experience. So, you know, they don't have any money. They've gave their heart, body, and soul to another man. There's nothing left to give you. So if she can't give you anything, all she can do is take. All she can do is take, but because she didn't already gave her heart, body, and soul to another man, which means there's nothing left to give you. So all she's gonna do is take from you. I'm trying to lace you guys with the game so that you don't waste time dealing with these damaged women.
feel like, how could you leave us? How could you do this to me? When I need you, you're not there for me. And I don't want to cry on camera this time, but this is one of the toughest things for me as a single mom. Just trying to get out of my head and stop trying to understand the complexities.
Well, to be honest with you, a lot of fathers don't want to take on the child full time. They don't want that, right? So, you know, now some fathers do, but then you have a lot of fathers. I got to be honest. I'm not going to just, you know, crap on the ladies. I got to be honest. A lot of men don't want to become full time fathers. They were to just provide and send money, but they don't want to be the full time parent. They're going to leave that up to the mother. You know, a lot of men don't want that. They still want to travel. They want to do things whenever they see fit. They don't want to be tied down to no baby. They want to go and come as they please. A lot of men feel like that. Just to keep it a buck, just to be honest with you.
Of someone who is mentally disturbed and traumatized and likes to hurt people, and trying to understand that person's brain, because that's who I am. I'm a why type of girl. I want to know why. Why did you me over? Why you play these games with me? Why you these bitches? Why you do the shit that you did? Why you do that to me? Why you cheat on me? Why you take from me? Why you steal from me? Why you lie to me? Why you leave me when I know I'm that bitch? I know it. So I just want to keep it real with y'all. I know y'all see my vlog.
Said, I know I'm that big. Well, if you're so great, anyway, man, that's just her ego speaking. She said, I know I'm that bitch. Okay, if you're all of that in a bag of cookies and a bottle of champagne, how come the man left you if you're just so great as a woman? You notice that these women that tell you that they're just so great and the man wasn't nothing. Her being a single mom isn't a reflection of her being a bad woman. She's a magnificent woman. She's a great woman. The thing is, her baby daddy ain't hitting on nothing. The problem is the man. The problem is her baby daddy, but she's a great woman. Haven't you guys noticed that it don't matter what type of situation these women in, it don't matter what type of situation they're in, they will paint the picture like they're just great women and the men were the problem. It's the same old story. These are magnificent women. These are great women. And the problem is with the men. The problem is not them. They'll convince you of that.
Mentally disturbed and traumatized and likes to hurt people. And trying to understand that person's brain, because that's who I am. I'm a why type of girl. I want to know why. Why did you me over? Why you play these games with me? Why you these bitches? Why you do the shit that you did? Why you do that to me? Why you cheat on me? Why you take from me? Why you steal from me? Why you lie to me? Why you leave me when I know I'm that bitch? I know it. So I just want to keep it real with y'all. I know y'all see my vlogs. I know you see my content, and I make my content to focus on putting yourself first and not worry about no low ass, grimy ass, low vibrational ass, confused sexually ass, to keep your shit tight. I'm a real person, and I have real feelings, and I'm still dealing with them every day. So, yeah. Bye, y'all.
Man, I wasn't expected to do it. Listen, now let's see what this white woman has to say. Let's see what this white woman has to say about being a single mom.
One really tough thing that I had to deal with when I was getting separated and going through my divorce was that my world had completely crashed, like very, very quickly. I had just had my son. I had only been married for a little less than 2 years. We had just bought our house. So like right at the point when I felt like, okay, here we go, stability is now happening in my life, it got completely taken away from me. So now I'm a single mom. I'm a single mom to a little baby, first time mom. I am also a stay-at-home mom because that's what we agreed on doing. And now I have no job. I have no income coming in. I am a stay-at-home mom. I'm a first-time mom. My stitches are pretty much still intact here. I mean, this is how...
Shout out to Lance. Shout out to my man Lance for blessing us with that cash app, man. You know, the ladies ain't gonna like this right here, right? Like, see, they don't mind us talking about white supremacy. They don't mind us talking about the raccoons. They don't mind us talking about the Sambos. But anytime we hold the ladies accountable, they don't want to hear that. That's why you don't see them in the comments. You don't see the ladies in the comments because they don't want to be held accountable. It's perfectly fine as long as we're holding black men accountable, Sambos and raccoons, white supremacists and white nationalists. And as long as we're holding those people accountable, they're all for it. They love the conversation. But the moment that we got to hold women accountable for anything, they don't want to hear that. They start speaking under their breath. They start saying smart things under their breath. They start telling everybody that you're a misogynist. They start telling everybody that you hate black women. They start telling everybody that you hate single moms.
Early we're dealing with separation and going through this process. And all the while, this person was already in another relationship.
The deacon said bad hygiene is why she's being cheated on. Hey, that could be the case. That could very well be the case. Shout out to the deacon for the super chat.
I say this to you because no matter what your experience is, I think sometimes I also say it to like remind myself that like, holy shit, I'm a freaking badass for going through that and handling it beautifully and doing everything right. But anyways, we'll put that off to the side and have a little cheer moment later. But I tell you this because no matter your situation and how difficult it is, and believe me when I tell you, I'm not going to be here and just like do the motivational thing. Like I was in tears, like ugly cry constantly, having to like go in the other room and have your breakdown and not let, and I had a baby, so luckily like he couldn't just walk in and be like, hey mom, what's wrong? Or he couldn't really see it on my face, but still energetically, I didn't want to be all distraught in every moment of every day. Having to wait until he went to bed so I could have a breakdown, having to do it all by myself.
I told you these single moms are traumatized. They're all traumatized. Being a single mother is a traumatic experience. Look at these women. All of these women suffer from mental health issues. I don't care if they're white, black, Chinese, or Guapanese. They all suffer from mental health issues as a result of being a single mother, especially when you're talking about today's economy where the price of living has gone up all the way up. The cost of living has gone all the way up. So you think about a single mother that has to take on who has to take on full responsibility of providing for this child. And we're living in a society and economy where the cost of living has rise way to the top. And it ain't going to drop anytime soon. So they struggle financially. And as a result of them struggling financially as a single mother, they develop mental health issues. These women are a prime example of what I'm saying when I say single mothers. The majority of them, the overwhelming majority of them suffer from mental health issues. This is a prime example.
Do the feedings by myself, never knowing what it really felt like to be a family and to have your partner with you while you're, pushing the carriage and doing things on the weekends. Every weekend from the time he was really born, I was alone. So I never really experienced that family stuff. So I'm telling you, and I did this for 4 years, completely alone. And even when I met my partner now, it still wasn't like boom, when you go through this stuff, it's not boom instant, like you're just like back in a serious committed relationship. Like you're hesitant, you're not really down to just like open yourself up to someone coming in, especially when you have rebuilt your life and you feel really stable and good to go, because it does take a while to rebuild. But here's the but: you will love again. You will get over this. There will be a day where you don't cry anymore. Like, you will move on from this. I know it's hard right now, but I need you to,
If that makes anyone to talk to about what I'm going through. I need to start back going to therapy. That's what I need to do. I need to start back going to therapy because I do not feel comfortable talking to the people in my family. I do not feel comfortable talking to my friends. I don't want.
Now, you notice that only black women get online with these bonnets on their head. You don't see white women. You don't see Latin women. You don't see Asian women. Only black women come online with these bonnets on their head, talking about their pains, talking about their struggles with a bonnet on their head. Man.
Then he's gonna mess. I am mentally not okay. I'm not even going home because I don't want to deal with reality. I'm just sitting in my car away from home, trying to get my mind together, trying to get my thoughts together, trying to be calculated at my response to the trauma that I'm dealing with right now so that I won't go into depression, because I am not okay. I am not okay. And every day for the past like 2 weeks, people just been looking at me like I'm okay. And I probably have been looking like I've been okay. But that's only because I've been doing makeup to conceal what I'm actually feeling right now. Trying not to look like what the fuck I feel right now. Because I am not okay. Literally, my head feels like it's going to fucking burst. My head feels like it's going to fucking burst. I don't feel like I have anyone to talk to about what I'm going through. I need to start back going to therapy. That's what I need to do. I need to start back going to therapy because I do not feel comfortable talking to the people in my family. I do not feel comfortable talking to my friends. I don't want to be told that I'm strong and I can get through anything and to keep pushing. I don't want to hear that shit. My life is not right now, and I'm not giving my kids what I want my kids to have for their life to be right. And that makes me feel like an ain't shit ass mom. Even though the responsibility is not only on me. But when there's no one,
you know a chick is ghetto when she got these tattoos on her neck and she got tattoos in the middle of her breast and she got a bonnet on. You know that this woman suffered from mental health issues. This is a prime example of how single mothers suffer from mental health issues. She got this tattoo on her neck with a bonnet on her head. My God. And there's other things that I can say, but I'm not even going to do it.
When I was there, it makes you feel like the responsibility is on you because you're wanting to force yourself to give your kids everything. Anything that they lack, you want to be able to provide that for them. But the reality is that I can't. I'm only one person. And so I continue to fucking try to push and change my mental state and understand that thoughts are only thoughts and you can't control what you're thinking, and you have a million thoughts in one day, but you will not remember the thought that you had 10 minutes ago. But I do remember the thoughts that I had 5 minutes ago, and they were not positive thoughts. My thoughts are just continuously going, and they're getting darker and darker and darker, and I'm trying to fight against it because I know that I have a history of mental health, and I know that I have been triggered.
She said she knows that she has a history of mental health, I told you these single mothers suffer from mental health issues. They'll pretend like they don't. Now, some of these single mothers are honest about their mental health issues. But you get these single mothers who are struggling and they want to, they try their best to mask their issues and they can't. Eventually, it will come out. They are suffering from mental health issues. I've told you.
That I had and change my mental state and understand that thoughts are only thoughts and you can't control what you're thinking, and you have a million thoughts in one day, but you will not remember the thought that you had 10 minutes ago. But I do remember the thoughts that I had 5 minutes ago, and they were not positive thoughts. My thoughts are just continuously going, and they're getting darker and darker and darker, and I'm trying to fight against it because I know that I have a history of mental health, and I know that I have been triggered. I have been triggered, but I'm trying to make sure that my response to this time of me being triggered is not the same as my last. Because my last reaction was horrible. Wasn't the person that I am at all. Not this new person that I am since I found my healing and since I've started helping other people heal. But I'm feeling like I'm really in a dark space right now. I need a break from reality. I need a break from reality. Right now, I really feel like checking in. I feel like that's the only way I'm going to get it. And I hate when I get to this point where I feel like I need to check in to get a fucking peace of mind. But I really feel like that's going to be that's my only result right now. That's my only resort is to check the fuck in.
Your brother and sister, grandma, cousins, and aunties. That is not a permanent in-house village. Those are people that you have to go outside your home to help you. You don't have a partner here to truly help. If you just want to go run up the street to the store, if you just want to go get some quick gas, if you just want a late night snack, you always got to bring that baby. And again, it's not that I don't love my baby. It's just
The
that
deacon says she never saw her mom love a man, so how could she? See, people tend to imitate and replicate the things that they see on a daily basis. So if you dealing with a chick who was raised by a single mom, her mother has mental health issues, she's a feminist, and hell nah, she ain't gonna be fit for marriage herself. See, a lot of you men, you tolerate this nonsense to have access to these women's box. But you're dealing with a long list of problems, all because you want sexual access to this woman. You want to provide for her. Her baby daddy gonna always be in your business. She got mental health issues. She got financial issues. She got bad credit. This woman is coming with a long list of problems, but you tolerate this BS to have sexual access. Tons of men, you tolerate this BS to have sexual access to these females. You forget about their mental health issues. You forget about the fact that she has bad credit. You forget about the fact that she got a baby daddy that's always going to be in your business. You forget about the fact that she don't want you to discipline her children, but she wants you to provide financially. Responsibility with no authority is slavery, 100%. And you guys deal with these women. You tolerate all this nonsense from these women because you want access to her box. So you willing to tolerate all that nonsense that comes along with this. You willing to tolerate all this nonsense that comes with dealing with this woman just to have access to her box. That's crazy.
Times it can be a burden to always have a child on your back and think about them and care for them and support them and protect them. Like, it's just so much all the time. So my experience as a mother, it's not something that really brings me joy, if I'm going to be honest with you. Because I don't truly find joy within the motherhood experience, I probably come off a little mean and stern or annoyed.
Man, you be surprised the nonsense that men pull up. You be surprised about the nonsense that men put up with just to have access to these women's box. She's not bringing any value to your life, but damn, you do love. And this is the thing, you can get caught up. Some of these women are sexy. Some of these women are good. They know how to throw that thing. It's wet, man. So it feels good. You love getting that sexual healing that she gives you late at night. She wants you to come through and supply the pipe. Yeah, man, the sex might be good. And a lot of times it is. But for you to tolerate all this nonsense that comes with this woman just to have access to her box, at that point, you got to look at yourself and say, man, hold on, bro. Her baby daddy in my business, her baby daddy talking about pulling up. She's struggling financially. She got bad credit. She suffered from mental health issues. She don't want me to discipline the child, but she want me to provide financially. And you are willing to put up with all of that just to have access to this woman's box. A lot of you men, unfortunately, fall in that category. Tons of you.
Towards my child, and that's something that I'm really trying hard to work on. But when I say 24 hours in a day, I am with my child. I do it for several reasons. One, because I have anxiety. When other people watch my child, that's a whole nother topic. Two, the village is very small, okay? So who else is going to do it? And I know the naysayers are going to come out and say, well, you laid down with that man, you chose him.
I will, Deacon. Listen, man, we're going to do another show tomorrow, man. I'm going to wrap this one up, man. I've been on here for 4 hours. I haven't done a show this long in a minute. It's been a minute since I've done a show this long. We're way past the 4-hour mark, and who would have ever thought? And this is going to piss a lot of women off. But the women who are pissed off, what I'm saying applies to these women. That's why they're speaking under their breath, saying slick things, because what I am saying applies to these women who are pissed off with my commentary. It applies to them. So, of course, they're going to be pissed off. They don't want to hear me saying this because they know this applies to them. Ladies, if this doesn't apply to you, you ain't got no damn business being pissed off about my commentary at all. But on the flip side, to all you women, we know you got mental health issues, you got bad credit, you're struggling as a result of your bad decision making. Then of course this is going to apply to you. Of course you're going to get pissed off. Of course you're going to say slick things under your breath. You're going to say slick things under your breath because you don't want me saying the things that I'm saying, because what I'm saying actually applies to you and women who are just like you. So you don't want to hear it. It pisses you off to hear what I'm saying. I get it. Yeah. But I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Make sure that you guys hit the like button. It ain't nothing. I had to cook on this one, man. Unfortunately, the dating game in the Black community is oversaturated with females like this. It really is. If you think I'm lying, go out there to the dating game and see it for yourself. The dating game in 2025 is oversaturated with women just like this. It's a bunch of single moms who are looking for some simp to rescue them. It's single moms out there looking for a man to rescue them. Single moms out there looking for a man to repair them. But in the process, you're going to take on all of her problems. The dating game in 2025 is oversaturated with females like this. It really is. I'm going to get up out of here, man. You should play upon the Red Supreme. I'm here to look out for the brothers because I know what type of women is out here, homie. And you know, the dating game, unfortunately, is way too oversaturated with chicks like this, man. Bad credit, mental health issues, struggling financially. If you date her, her baby daddy gonna always be in your business. She don't want you to discipline the child, but she wants you to take on responsibility financially. Responsibility with no authority is slavery. We broke that down many times on this podcast, man. It's your player partner, King Supreme. Make sure that you guys like the stream. I got to get up out of here in a major way. Peace, love, and blessings. Giving you game to keep you from stressing. I'm gone.